1 minute left to top off the evening with a treat from our snack bar.
Did you see the memo about this?
1, 2, 3, 3. Oh yeah! You're hanging with the wrong crowd. You like your music loud. Sometimes you want an album to tell a story. It's gonna be hard, it's gonna be hot. You're up in that dark. The glory is primal. You dominate is the final.
Dark Side Power Records presents Memoirs of the Reanimator, Issue 1, The Lovecraft Zone.
Watch your shovel, eh? You almost hit me noggin. It's not Albert Hall down here. Give me some elbow room.
I don't know about this, Bert.
Don't be such a wet blanket, Ward. The fresher the better. You know that. Besides, we haven't had much luck since the university discovered our last misadventure.
And the coppers, yeah. Thanks for that black mark on my record. I'm closing in on a baker's dozen.
Cross my heart, Ward. I never thought Veronica Sands' cat would move with such gusto. Particularly with 2 crushed legs. Courtesy of Bobby Block, by the by.
Poor Osiris. I guess his given name, God of Resurrection, was laced with a fitting irony.
Dark Side Power Records!
Get this vinyl radio drama along with comic book for 30% off now on Etsy. Check link below. Perfect for Halloween.
Boop. Get on with it.
Yes, get on with it!
And now for something completely different.
You got to learn how to keep your dream alive. Take a look at my face. I am
Are you not entertained?
I love it, I love it.
Of course he loves it. He's the kind of guy who plants poison ivy.
Coming up next, a Masters of the Universe movie review from 1987. Movies basing their plots and ideas off an already popular toy line or comic is nothing new.
New from the Masters of the Universe collection.
At the border between the light and the dark stands Castle Grayskull.
But when your He-Man is this guy...
I must break you.
No, don't kill him! I want him alive!
And your Skeletor is this guy...
He-Man. If I kill him, I make him a martyr.
With Orko being swapped out for Billy Barty as Gwildor, the Keymaker.
the cosmic key.
Are you the gatekeeper?
And in one movie where you can get all your friends and foes together, I'm talking about
Masters of the Universe.
From 1987. I was past the He-Man craze at the time, but my younger Cthulhu sibling was always caught shouting, I checked out this movie back then because of Dolph Lundgren, who gave Rocky a few knocks.
It's all right. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you.
And for Skeletor because...
I was not suggesting that I go.
Then you should not have spoken.
Because he just looked badass and still does. We find our battered heroes outmatched and beaten, with Skeletor using Evil Lynn and her hypnotic eyes to pinch the cosmic key from Billy Barty. He takes our greased up and tattered troop to his lab where another key he created becomes the holy grail everyone is after.
Can open a doorway to anywhere.
Anywhere?
Exactly.
When a double back to the castle lands He-Man, Man of Arms, Teela, and Billy Barty into the throne room, they work on freeing the sorceress before being discovered.
Everything comes to he who waits.
When the plan goes south, Billy Barty taps away aimlessly until Yahtzee comes up and our cosplayers are now in present-day Whittier, California, where it seems a hell of a lot of movies were shot there. Maybe that's why the streets are always empty in this flick. Everyone got sick of being bothered and moved away. Landing at first to what seems like a park and ending up eventually on a set, we're introduced to Julie and Kevin, who are an item.
Kevin, let's start that again.
Julie's parents perished in a plane crash 2 years ago, so now she's taking flight to leave Kevin behind. Finding the cosmic key, Kevin and Julie head over to their high school, only to have it burned to the ground by these guys.
No disintegration.
Unsuccessful at either snatching up Julie or locating the key, Karg and his mullet take his band of baddies and head back to Skeletor for a thrashing. He-Man consoles Julie quite a bit until MOA and Tealo arrive, along with Billy Barty, who managed to pimp his ride in 30 minutes or less. They're off to meet Kevin, who is back at the burning school and where he manages to piss off Detective Strickland.
Oh, we're gonna go look for your girlfriend, just like you said. We'll try her house first. I bet you know where that is.
Wait a second.
Can I go now, Mr. Strickland?
So did Mr. Strickland from Back to the Future quit his job from Hill Valley High and become a detective?
Choice, really choice.
Strickland takes the key for evidence as Karg and the others arrive to smack Kevin up beast style before questioning him. The chase continues for the key as He-Man and his cast arrive to swap exposition with Kevin so everyone is all up to speed. Dropping by at his buddy Charlie's music store, the party is crashed further when Evil Lynn and her robotic goons empty this kegger of any value with Julie foolishly handing over the key to her mom, which turns out to be...
It's Julie!
Skeletor finally arrives, sending his flying Centurions after He-Man for some old-school stop-motion fun. When Julie is hit in the crossfire, He-Man gives up to save his friends.
Surrender your sword.
With the final showdown between a juiced-up Skeletor and He-Man, which almost didn't happen due to, well, canon films, this baddie meets the Emperor's fate with all getting back to normal in good old Eternia.
And Eternia will always be near.
Julie and Kevin are zapped back 2 years earlier, adding to a happy ending that can only happen in this child's mind with no consequence of time manipulation. So, if you're looking to see who has the power, turn on this blast from the past. There's no choking hazard here to worry about. Until next time.
What the hell is that?
I also wanted to give a shout out to our YouTube members. Thank you for the support. And hail Cthulhu. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to the live stream. Boy, this is a little strange. It's nice seeing everybody here. Let's I'll be able to see you all first like this. And I'll bring up the comments here. I already get people commenting away. I super appreciate you guys coming in. See, make this all work. Excellent, thank you. Nickel the Wise, I appreciate you showing up. Paul, thank you as always. As always. Yeah, there's plenty of jokes to be had for that He-Man movie. That's for darn sure. That's for darn sure. You guys are hearing me okay out there? Yes, I'm masked up and ready to go. Of course, I'm wearing the black against the green screen. Definitely makes me kind of disappear a little bit. Let's see. See in the yes. Tubi is the one. Indy, thank you. Tubi is the one to really check out flicks, and especially stuff like this that you kind of gets left by the wayside. Oh, excellent. Thank you so much, Nickel. Excellent. Thank you, guys. 5x5. Appreciate that. Yeah, so we've got a big old, let me kick back to this. We got a big old show planned for you tonight. We've got a bunch of guests coming in. Our first guest, actually, will be Jason Lenox. He'll be coming in about 15, 20 minutes or so. And then he's bringing in his motley crew, the creators of Lords of the Cosmos. And we're doing this Kickstarter launch party for him. So, let's see here. Yeah, right now, he started at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So right now we're at 25:37. So that's exciting. And every time we see that little ticker go up, we got a little soundbite.
Yeah, baby, yeah!
There you go. So, yeah, baby, yeah, from Austin Powers every time we see that number go up. So if we can reach that goal by the end of the escapade tonight that we're on, that would be awesome. I also wanted to, before we get into the show, just give you guys a couple of, updates on things, as well as talk about, let's see. I wanted to talk about, I'll bring him up. Give me 1 second. somebody who we lost dear to us today in the fan world. There he is, James Earl Jones, ladies and gentlemen. The Motley Crue is going to play. Yes, exactly. Yeah. So before we started the show, I just wanted to send out our Cthulhu Jack family to the James Earl Jones family, the loss of a legend. And I thought before we started, I've got two clips. One that I thought we'd remember him fondly on. So let's have a moment of silence and watch dear old Vader.
Commander, tear this ship apart until you found those plans and bring me the passengers. I want them alive.
Lord Vader, the fleet has moved out to flight speed and we're preparing to...
You have failed me for the last time, Admiral. Captain Piet.
Yes, my lord.
Make ready to land our troops beyond their energy field and deploy the fleet so that nothing gets off the system. You are in command now, Admiral Piet.
Thank you, Lord Vader.
You may dispense with the pleasantries, Commander. I'm here to put you back on schedule.
I assure you, Lord Vader, my men are working as fast as they can.
Perhaps I can find new ways to motivate them.
Oh, he's so good. So good. Do you guys have a particular favorite out of all the Star Wars films that he was in? Was it New Hope, Empire, or Return of the Jedi? Yeah, no, absolutely. One of the greatest voices ever. Where's Indy? There he is. Yes. R.I.P. Lord Vader. So, do you guys have a favorite James Earl Jones movie? That's the next question. See, I'll bring up. This is one of my favorites. Let's see if we can get this guy up and running. So, any of you that have, let's see. Yeah, this is a good one. So we'll play this little bit, and then we'll move on with the show. But Field of Dreams has always been. I've never been much of a ball player, or I should say, baseball watcher. I'll go to the show occasionally or enjoy a game or show on TV. But out of all the movies, I think baseball movies, this is one of them that really hits home. So let's enjoy a little James Earl Jones.
Ray, people will come, Ray. They'll come to Iowa for reasons they can't even fathom. They'll turn up your driveway, not knowing for sure why they're doing it. They'll arrive at your door as innocent as children, longing for the past. Of course, we won't mind if you look around, you'll say. It's only $20 per person. They'll pass over the money without even thinking about it. For it is money they have and peace they like.
Ray, just sign the papers.
And they'll walk out to the bleachers. And sit in shirt sleeves on a perfect afternoon. They'll find they have reserved seats somewhere along one of the baselines, where they sat when they were children and cheered their heroes. And they'll watch the game. And it'll be as if they'd dipped themselves in magic waters. The memories will be so thick, they'll have to brush them away from their faces.
Ray, when the bank opens in the morning.
Oh, the best. Yeah, this movie's always one that gets you, right in the old heartstrings. Yeah. So, rest in peace, James Earl Jones. Godspeed, and may the force be with you. You gave us a lot of joy, my friend. All right. Let's see what we got here. We got Paul saying, "Yeah, The Great White Hope." Oh, that's a classic. That's definitely a classic. What do you say, Gary? Indy says, "For me, it is mainly Star Wars movie with him. Excellent voice. My second choice with him is Conan the Barbarian as Doom." That's right. So I always forget that he is in there as Doom. But yes. So anyways, all right. Well, moving on. What we're going to do is to keep this show cruising along. Where do we go here? Here it is. So one of the things I wanted to mention coming up is that for the month of October, obviously it's Halloween month, And one of the things I wanted to share with you all is the fact that if you have any of your favorite or maybe not so favorite Halloween movies that you want me to review, leave them down in the comments in any of the videos that I produce over the next, I don't know, over the course of the month or so, and I'll find them. And what I'll do is on every Tuesday, I'll pick randomly a person, and I won't mention who they are. And then Thursday, I'll put out the review and make sure that at the beginning of the review to thank that fan that I ended up selecting for that week. So there'll be 4 chosen over the course of the month. So yeah, definitely give me your best and or worst Halloween movie. There's plenty here that we're seeing behind me. If you want to go for the Michael Myers franchise, by all means, go for it. I think those films have been well covered. So if we have other selections, that's fine too. And if it's something I may have seen, that's fine. I have no problem seeing everything all over again. Sometimes it's good second time around, which I've been finding more and more as I've been doing this. So yeah, so starting basically tonight. Yeah, if you guys want to start dropping off comments, and I'll just randomly start picking them each week. So, all right. And then let's see what else we got here going on for you guys. It's kind of a busy week here at Cthulhu Jack. We have, other than Lords of the Cosmos, which we're cruising on right now. We've got, let me go back here. Thursday, I'll be appearing on the Films and Fermentation podcast around 7:30 or so. And once those guys are on board, we'll be they've actually went ahead and gave me some notes and some ideas what we're going to do for the show, so that'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it. Been doing my homework, and it'll be the first time Cthulhu Jack has been actually out and about in other people's podcasts, so it'll be fun. And then on Friday the 13th, Jason will be back. He'll be returning. Yes, just like Jason Voorhees, he'll be returning. Not for just spending a little bit of time with us. We're going to do a Friday the 13th show. I have like I did tonight, have a film review for you all. And, of, probably one of my favorite the Friday the 13th movies. I don't know which ones you all have as your favorite, but it'll be a fun discussion. And Jason's going to pop on just to give us an update on what's been going on with him and his campaign. And hopefully tonight we'll keep it all rolling and getting some more views to his campaign. So let's see. I think let's see. Do we have any let's see, we got Indy saying working with this. You might have to work on a movie. There's a lot I have watched. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. Yeah, no, I feel you. It's pretty easy to pick just kind of the standard ones, but it's always fun to kind of dig within the library of those types of movies and see what weirdness you can find. Oh, thanks, Holden. Glad you could stop by. Can't stay long today, but good luck with the Kickstarter. I super appreciate you swinging by and dropping in. It's always good to see the fans out here. Yeah. All right. So let's see if Jason's doing. Oh, he's at 25:37. So before we get him out here, it's in about 8 or 9 minutes or so. Let's go over his. Oh, that's my little ding letting me know that we're supposed to be live tonight. So thank God it reminded me now. Yeah, so right now, here's his campaign, Lords of the Cosmos, issue 5. It's going to be running for 32 days left to go, and we're looking for a 4,000 goal. And he's got 99 add-ons, which we'll go over tonight and chat with him about and his guys. But I think he ended up breaking the Kickstarter mechanism because they weren't expecting to have so many add-ons. So he's got quite a bit of work here that he's been putting together over the last several years, as you can see. So we'll go over all that stuff with him. But what I'll do is actually before they come in, why don't we go ahead and play their trailer.
Lords of the Cosmos, unite! The critically acclaimed comic book series by Jason Lenox, Dennis Fallon, and Jason Palmatier returns with issue 5. Welcome back to Planet Aiden, a land where banished Greek gods, undead unicorns, cannibal cyborgs, and a vengeful dominatrix all wage war over a world run by a planet-sized machine. Lords of the Cosmos, issue 5. Featuring 3 mind-bending stories on 44 pages in classic black and white. Heroes are summoned and villains betray one another, forming new dark alliances as the main storyline continues in Enemy of My Enemy. Archvillain Zemba's daily routine of decadence, torture, and sadism is turned upside down in A Day in the Life, when domination and introspection collide. During the First Cosmic War, a group of Lords of the Cosmos commandos go deep behind enemy lines to discover the disciples of Umex's latest plan in Pulse Part 1. Inspired by 1980s favorites like Masters of the Universe, 2000 AD, and Heavy Metal Magazine. Lords of the Cosmos 5 features a variety of unique rewards, including variant covers from Koi Fall, L.C. Freitas, Caesar, and Ignacio Ragnarsson. See why Indie Comics Dispatch says Lords of the Cosmos pulls all the nostalgia strings while managing to also create something new and unique. And Behold the Geek says Lords of the Cosmos is an insane sci-fi fantasy comic that takes no prisoners. Back Lords of the Cosmos issue 5, now on Kickstarter.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. And if I'm not mistaken, Doug Stone, who did that narration, who's of Mask voiceover fame, actor fame, M.A.S.K. of the cartoon there. He'll be joining us later on tonight, so that'll be exciting. Let's see, what does Holden have to say? Well, the post-apocalyptics be without a vengeful dominatrix. Well, yeah, exactly. You got to have them. You got to have them. So, all right, kids. Well, as we're waiting for everybody, I think I've pretty much run through all my little news and tidbits. What about you guys? What is there any films that you guys have watched recently that you enjoyed, didn't enjoy? I did see a secret movie last night. It was my first. I had never been to one of these before. And I was really hoping that it was going to be either Joker 2, even though I never saw the first one, or Terrifier 3, which I did get my tickets for that. So I'm looking forward to that. But it was neither one of those. It was definitely not something I was expecting. And I'll be putting out a review over the next couple of days. Well, it looks like Jason is popped up in my little menu here. So I think without further ado, we're going to welcome the man himself, Mr. Jason Lenox. Hey, Jason, how you doing tonight?
Hey, Cthulhu Jack. I am excited to be at the Cthulhu Jack Lords of the Cosmos Kickstarter Launch Party. What an honor to be on your very first live party.
Here we are. Yes, thank you. I appreciate you being here. It's a real honor. I've been following some of your work for years, but I would like you to be able to tell us tonight what you're doing, your campaign. Give us, I know we're going to be here for a while, but let's start off with giving us the basic meat and potatoes of it all.
So the basic meat and potatoes. So this is the 5th issue of Lords of the Cosmos, and Dennis Fallon and Jason Palmatier and myself have been working on this book through these 5 issues since around 2016.
Wow.
It is funny. I did have a fan say to me today, I thought you were doing a book a year. And I was like, well, I wish. So this is issue 5. So we're doing about an issue about every year and a half, which is about as fast as we can possibly put it out. So we're doing our best. But, you know, we're trying.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, with indie comics particularly, it's difficult. I mean, now the mainstream guys are having trouble, but with us indie guys, it's definitely takes us a little longer to get things produced. But the quality's there, man. I mean, this book is amazing.
I sincerely appreciate it. We put a ton of work into building the book, building the campaign. The book is 100% done. The prior 4 issues over the last 10 months have gotten a complete overhaul, page by page by me, digital cleaning, reformatting. So Lords of the Cosmos is as in good a shape as it's ever been, with giving the old books each a new cover, which is part of this Kickstarter, issues 1 through 4, and then coming out with this book fully completed, which was something really new to this campaign. In the past, I would complete the books, or I'd complete the Kickstarter and then work to finish the book for maybe 8, 9, 10 months, which in the world we live in today with rapid unexpected price increases, I didn't want to put myself in that position. So the book's ready to go to print. I have test prints of the book. I can show you some tonight, like playing cards. It'll be fun. And
excellent.
So this campaign, while it looks similar to the past ones, has been managed radically different.
Mm-hmm. How so? What would give us a little insight to that, if you don't mind?
Well, as I said before, the book is complete.
Right.
In the past, I'd never done that, and that was a different way to approach it. So that was one huge aspect that slowed things down to get the campaign out. The other thing is really changes with Kickstarter. I was thinking about this the last 2 days as I was fine-tuning the campaign. In the past, it would be like you can get you'd have a tier that would be a sketch cover and a T-shirt, but there was no way to say, well, I'd like to buy 2 extra copies of issue 2 or whatever you might want. And so it was very inflexible. And I think Kickstarter took a lot of cues from Indiegogo. While maybe not as popular as a platform, had some better features for backers. So this campaign is fully modular. The tiers are where you start at, and then there's 99 different add-ons. So you can build whatever you want, whereas in the past it was very very limited with how the platform on Kickstarter worked. So I would say those are the 2 campaign issues that are the big changes this time around, CJ. And also, I'm really trying to approach this campaign a little bit different from the marketing outreach. So a big example is we're doing this launch party together, which I sincerely appreciate you sharing your space that you've worked really hard to build in the last couple months and build a great audience and put out some really great content that I've been enjoying personally. So you're welcome. I already have, I think, 22 different podcasts booked. I just did one yesterday for Blasters and Blades. I never put that much effort into planning a PR tour for a Kickstarter, and I already have 4 store appearances, one every weekend of the campaign, which I also never did that level of personal outreach before either. So, internally and externally, this campaign, again, it looks similar, but it's going to be run very differently.
Sure. Yeah, no, it sounds like you've got all your hooks in the water, so to speak, covering all your bases because, Lord knows in this day and age, it is pretty tough to get stuff out there. There's such a oversaturation on all mediums that hitting the brick and mortar as well as the online stuff, I think is super important. So,
no doubt. I mean, it's just you got to get outside the box, and you can't just sit in your laurels hoping people show up because it's cool if they do, but we really have to, as creators, get out there and beat the streets and get outside of our comfort zone to try to meet a bigger, more diverse and different audience. So,
right. So it looks like we also have Jason Palmetier.
Yeah, let's get him in there.
Now, Jason, let's see.
Yes.
I'll head you to the stage. Hey, Jason, how you doing? Nice to meet you.
Great. Nice to meet you too. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no, of course. So Jason and Jason. It's a clone. So what do you do for the Lords of the Cosmos? Give us a little insight into your participation in this. Are you a creator yourself, a writer?
Yeah, so Jason Lennox brought me in early on when we first met. He hadn't actually fleshed out full story, had lots of ideas for cool characters and the title Lords of the Cosmos. And so he was looking for somebody to help write when he stumbled onto me and he told me about it. I said, yeah, that'd be pretty cool. I could be part of that. And so we started the process by just coming up with a bunch of crazy characters. And soon after that, I realized that Jason was a lot more into He-Man than I was. Like, I had other things that I thought were cool back in the 80s, but He-Man I kind of watched because you watched whatever was on at the time. But I wasn't quite into it as much as him. And so I brought on somebody who was going to be on the show a little bit later, Dennis. And then once Dennis came on, then the real creative stuff kind of exploded because Dennis loved He-Man. And Jason Lennox and Dennis created most of the characters for Lords of the Cosmos in this like crazy beginning time. And I ended up doing a few characters, and then when the story came along, Dennis and I worked the story together, and then presented it to Jason. And then he did a bunch of changes and moved the timeline along for what the comics ended up eventually being. So I'm sort of co-creator, co-writer on the original Lords of the Cosmos story.
Definitely a co-creator, and he's an award-winning author, by the way. He's very, very famous and important person, that Jason Paul.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now I'm going to ask each, everybody that has worked with Lords. Obviously, I'll ask individually, but with the I already know Jason's a little bit because he has told me. But you, Jason, what is your favorite character that you either created or who you would like to be in Lords of the Cosmos?
Well, one of the stories that I did write was the sort of origin of Cycorn. And so I like Cycorn in that I liked his origin story when I finally finished it. I definitely have a different writing style than like Dennis or Jason. But when I finally got done with the Cycorn origin story, I thought it fit well within Lords of the Cosmos and also in sort of the way I write, which is sort of trying to understand why your villain is your villain. Though in Cycorn's case, he's pretty cut and dry. Like a lot of Lords of the Cosmos, it's like black and white. So he was looking for power, and so he ended up becoming what he is because of his lust for power. So he's probably my favorite character. Plus, we all think of him as having the voice of Starscream. So it's always fun to think of his lines in that voice. Who would I want to be? That's tough. Lords of the Cosmos is like a kind of a brutal world, man. There's nobody really makes it out of that place without some sort of damage.
Now, is there a character that has a like a regenerative power that you could? I mean, that to me would be probably the best power you would have to have in a Lords of the Cosmos world, because you probably get knocked off multiple times.
That's true. I don't know who Lennox, does anybody have a regenerative power?
You know what? They could, but we haven't explored it. There seems to be a lot of people that get shot and die, or burned and die, or blown apart or maimed. We haven't seen anyone heal yet.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm. It's a minor thing.
So before we go ahead, I'll let you finish.
Yeah, no, as a character, I mean, I always kind of liked Antlor because he was just this like elk or whatever with a headset, but he still managed to be sort of the hero in that one story with Cycorn's origin story.
Nice.
Yeah, but go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that we've got somebody new that's arriving, Big D McGee.
Oh, Dennis is here.
Is this? Oh, there he is.
What's going on,
Big D himself.
What's going on, Dennis?
Hey, Dennis.
It's hot out here in LA. It's sweltering. Here's the deck. You can see the palm trees. It's hot. I'm burning up.
Oh my gosh.
It's lava town out here. We'll be all right. It's gonna get cool soon.
It's like a Lords of the Cosmos setting. The apocalyptic world just gets warmer and warmer.
Yeah. It's urban decay mixed with forest fires that never stop burning. That's
plus that palm. Yeah, that palm tree's got to try to eat you soon, and then boom.
The trees are bad. Palmetier, look, I wore your shirt from that L. Ron Hubbard.
Oh, nice.
So
very nice.
Our other Jason Palmetier was one of the big national finalists for the L. Ron Hubbard something sci-fi.
Writers of the Future, yeah.
I Feet and Count Praise Xenu thing, and there was a big dinner, and when he was in town, I got to go with them and celebrate. It was pretty fun.
Yeah,
in the
awesome.
sci-fi world. So I put it on just for you, buddy.
Nice.
This
there
is
you
what
go.
they give you for second place. It's actually
Yeah, you
pretty
don't
cool. It's
you
like
don't
a
wanna fall
pen
on that.
inside a thing. Yeah.
That's
So, that was fun.
So that's what's going on. What's going on with the launch party, boys? How's it going?
Well, Cthulhu Jack is grilling us. He's giving us tough questions, Dennis, and I guess
heard.
you're going to have to answer them too.
All right, hit me with them. Come on, let's do it. Serious question time.
all right. Well, the first one was what I started with. The Jason number 2 was what was your contribution to Lords of the Cosmos? One of the creators, writers, illustrators.
So I'll try and go back in time to how I recall it starting. Boys, feel free to jump in. But Lenox had created these pages. These were images. It was some of the wackiest stuff I had ever seen, like bugs with shotguns, radio talking antlers, and there was like superheroes and supervillains. And I think he had asked Palmatier to help him come up with some words for it. And Jason Palmatier and I had created this medieval violence comic called Plague, and we had just like finished getting a publishing deal for it. And he's like, Dennis, you got to help me out. This guy's crazy, and you're crazy. And so crazy always works better together kind of thing. And so then immediately I've never actually met Lenox. I've always lived on the West Coast here, even though I'm from the same hometown as those guys. But as I recall, pretty quickly, the origin story as I saw it was really simple. I saw Lenox's artwork and it was immediately like, I don't know, Cthulhu Jack, you're probably a kid of the 80s. I have a hunch if we're on this show, I'm gonna
Of a certain age.
You're of a certain age. You're a prostate check soon.
Yes, exactly.
But what I recall is like when you had all these toys growing up, whether it was like Star Wars, He-Man, and Humanoids, Thundercats, like all that stuff, your mom would throw it in the same box. You know, your G.I. Joe and with your Star Wars, went in with your He-Man, went in with your mask, all that stuff, your Voltrons. And that is what Lenox's art felt like to me when your mom disrespectfully threw all your toys in one box and then play with them all at the same time. So your Voltrons could literally be ridden by your stormtroopers, you know, and your He-Man was just an overly large beefcake. So like that is to me Lords of the Cosmos. And that was and it really happened quick after that, man. Like we were all like a bunch of madmen on cocaine or whatever the equivalent drug. We were all fucking races, and it has been a nonstop ride since then. And Lenox has been our fearless captain. Does that sound about right, boys? That's how I recall it.
I think that's about spot on, man. I can't poke any holes in that. I have a tremendous amount of respect for Dennis and Jason as far as being writers, but being really good people to create something this weird and complex together. They both are really excellent at writing, and they both have completely different voices. And I don't think Lords of the Cosmos would be anywhere near as cool as it is without me being lucky enough to find them to help bring these characters to life. And you know, with issue 5, you know, now there's several hundred pages of these characters doing things and interacting, and it really is starting to feel like a fleshed out, lived in world that's really weird. And I think as more people discover it, they like it because it's familiar. There's familiar beats that, you know, if you're of a certain age, you'll be like, hey, I get this. But I think the books have also been cool enough that even if you're younger or, you know, so old that you missed all this stuff in the 80s, that the book stands on its own. It's not just a memberberry of, oh, you made an exact duplicate of, you know, these characters, you know, from whatever. Right. And it's just a pastiche. I think Lords is original and strong enough to stand on its own. And I think the nostalgia tones enhance it. It doesn't prop it up.
Gotcha. Now, let me ask you, Dennis. I asked the other two. Well, actually, Lenox hasn't. I already know Lenox's answer, but from prior, but we'll bring that back up again. But your favorite. Well, first off, give me your favorite character that you created, or is there a favorite character of yours?
There are a lot of favorite characters. I'm not sure I can even recall sometimes what's created first, because often like Lenox will have some sort of drawing or some idea, and then I know a couple of the characters like I jumped in or Palmetier jumped in and we created a backstory based on just something ridiculous. Like we just wrote a story for the Metal Samurai that he just had an image of way back in the beginning. And we just had the story about how there's like this robot stork on his back and there's a giant and there's cities built on top of cities. That'll probably be an issue 6 thing. So like the point of that is to say this stuff isn't like I need a character, make a character, write a character about this. Like it can happen in any way, shape, or form. Like if a weird picture comes across us, or if we just like something, or we hate something, we will amalgamate it into something we like, right? So,
right.
But then to answer your question, I like the really weird things that feel like they were action figures. So those are the things I like. I don't tend to love the super boring stuff like he's a guy with a shield and his shield is awesome because he shields things. Like I hate characters like that. The Bug has a double barrel shotgun and he's angry because you're in his nest, right? Or like this guy has 40 heads in his closet, so we don't know what head he's gonna put on. Like that's
right.
I hate generic stuff. So if you want to know my least favorite character, it's the hero Aegis. He's got a
I was trying to. Yeah, because here we go. Yeah, we got some crazy characters. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
check out some.
Like the one guy is a living tub of acid who's trying to dunk a cybernetic zombie unicorn into his body so he can melt him, and a dominatrix with a gimp comes along to rescue him. That's the log line of that page, man. That's a wild scene, right?
Right.
Like, and that's what we love about it, or at least what I love about it. Maybe the other guys love other things, but that's
I think one of the fun things, to Dennis's point, there's a little bit of a Rorschach test with some of these characters. That some characters we have them pretty fleshed out, and some we don't. And it's probably going to come out in Lords of the Cosmos issue 0, which is a real thing. There was a writer that approached me in a writing group on Facebook and said I really wanted to write a short story as a freelancer for Lords of the Cosmos because I think it's really cool. And his name's Liam. And we talked about it, and we gave him Hexalore 7, who is just like a cat with some cyborg amalgamations on his back. And I think Jason was the one that just thought it was cool to put a number behind his name because he just thought that was, weird, like a very weird toy 80s trope of like, you have a number and that makes you more exotic. And I think we had just mentioned something about maybe that meant that there was different versions. So in issue 2 in Nights Out, where we show Obsidia's origin, which is like a twisted version of She-Ra, we show a different version of this cat. And then, so I gave Liam the image of the prequel story or the story in the past where the cat had different armor, and then like the current version of it. And I just said, what we know about this cat is that it's probably had different versions and they're using it to kill people. And he said, okay, I got this. And Liam, a very talented writer in his own right, wrote an amazing story where he detailed where Hexalore tries to kill Umex and Umex kills Hexalore. Then he keeps putting him back in combat assassin roles with different modifications on his body up until the very end, when we learn how he has become the Hexalore 7 that exists in the main story as kind of a background character. And to me, that was something that we worked on in and around COVID. To me, that was a real breakthrough point for Lords because it was an artist and a writer, because we hired an artist out of the Philippines. And the art's amazing. And it was really cool to kind of see one of these characters kind of like come up with people that were, into the characters. And what was really cool is Liam had read all the issues and then built flashbacks to these prior versions of this cat, referencing things from our other stories. And it was like, oh, whoa, like this thing is now starting to like get enough creative momentum that it's kind of building on its own without Jason, and without Dennis.
It's second gen writing. That was always the goal. Was like, can this thing live beyond, like, like it comes back to the toy box thing. When you buy a toy, George Lucas doesn't write the stories of what you're going to do when you play with Jabba's palace. Like, you're writing those stories, and that's where this goes. The idea that there's second-gen writers and third-gen writers that can sort of take the story beyond. There's always room for it to grow. It's sort of like hive mind writing, you know, and that's what we're kind of excited about. Instead of like a singular. Well, Lenox is sort of the Gandalf of everything, or the whip cracker, however you want to say it. He keeps it all in check. But it is really hive mind creativity, and it's really worked to keep it feeling fresh. It's also swing and a miss, right? Because sometimes some of these stories will come in and it'll be like, well, that's not going to work, right? But like, we get to have a lot of fun hearing different people's interpretations. At least I do.
Dave,
now, let me ask you.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Cthulhu. Go ahead.
No, what I was going to ask was, for each issue, is there like a set number of writers that you set for the issue, or is it just kind of like who comes to the table first with ideas? And is there like normally, is there like a main arc, I guess, that everybody has to kind of stick by, and do you have like various tangents that they can kind of all go off on?
I think each book's been different. I don't think we've ever had a quota, or like this will be the Jason Palmatier issue. You know, there was completely different writing teams in every story in this book, and completely different art teams. So this book has 3 stories. We've had an issue that has many as 4. And we've had some issues that have had, you know, more Dennis, more Jason. You know, we've had runs where, like, you know, Dave Newbold did a lot of work in issues 1, 2, and 3. And then he wasn't on issue 4 or this issue, except he has a variant cover. And so, no, I think each book, they're kind of like a rock band putting out an album. Each one's a little different.
Well, we have the main story, though.
The main story, yeah. The main story is the big thread.
That is pretty planned out. Like, we probably won't get into it tonight, but like, I know Lenox and I've talked about way in the future and what the twist in this story is, because there's a couple big twists behind the centralized story that we eventually plan on bringing out. But so that core story is always me and the 2 Jasons, like, coming up with it, and everything branches out from that. That's kind of the spine. If you'll notice, every issue has a story Lenox draws and Palmatier and I write. And that's the central point. And then all the side stories are like detours from that.
Yeah, and I would say that is very accurate. And I think we kind of stumbled into that formula with the first issue. And as I recall, it was because you guys had way more ideas that I could make, and so it was like, let's get other people. And I think that was very smart to basically modularize the project so that others could do things, because if you just have one person trying to do all the art, you know, it's now you've got to governor how fast you can go, because these guys can make up ideas faster than I could put them, pencil to paper, pen to paper. And I think Lords of the Cosmos has benefited from that, because it's like Damascus Steel. You know, we have some stories in the can. One is kind of a soft anime style, and we have another one that will eventually come out that looks like it's from a newspaper strip. The robot mechanical rebellion story. It's all robots that are in revolution, but it looks like a 60s newspaper strip with like Zipatone.
And that one, that's cool. Yeah,
right. So that doesn't look like anything that we've put out yet, but I think Lords gives you the freedom to do different styles, and it doesn't take away from it, because it has all the guys have their logos, right? So we have character design, so it helps.
Which is to say, Cthulhu Jack, when are you writing a story? That's the whole roundabout way to say, can we count on you to write a story?
Maybe.
I'll make sure to bring my shield. Yeah.
yeah, do that. Yeah, I'll bring my shield.
No, I'm kidding. My sword. Yeah, well, that's one of the things just by looking at this campaign, what's kind of nice is that you have the different styles definitely lend, like Luigi's artwork here. I mean, you can definitely feel that is what the dominatrix vibe is. You know what I mean? You're getting that vibe off of his artwork too. So I think that, it definitely enhances seeing the different artists do this little bit of an anthology in your books is great.
Yeah, and his story, it really has that 70s Metal Hurlant vibe. I mean, he did stuff in this story that we've never had an artist work quite like him. So he really reminds me of Mobius, just with his inking style. He would probably be embarrassed if he heard me say that, but when we were looking at a lot of these pages, that's what it reminded me of. Behold the Geek just reviewed the book, and they said this looks like something plucked out of Metal Hurlant, and I couldn't agree more. So I'm kind of stealing their quote there. But again, it's a fresh take, and it was so cool to see some of these characters done in that kind of European kind of 70s retro style. It's great. It was a fresh take. I think Zemba's story has a really weird flair to it, which is what we wanted. Brendan Hikes and I co-wrote that story. We used a scene from David Lynch's Dune in 1984, where the Harkonnens have their weird room where they have the oil shower, and they have that teenage kid putting flowers in. They pluck his heart plug out. That bothered me when I was a kid, and I said, Brendan, that's kind of what the feel I want for this is just that weird. For these people, it's their regular day to day, but for us, it's like stomach churning. Like I remember the one guy had a mouse in a little plastic box, and he like crushed it and like sucked it up. There's a lot of details in that were just kind of like disturbing, like weird sexual undertones, like violence, and so in that story in particular, there's a scene where Zemba and Lady Vi, who's a callback character from issue 4, who is a backer. Her character gets killed in issue 4, but comes back as flashback in issue 5, where they're having lunch, but they're eating out of a guy's bag. They have food growing out of a guy, and he's the table. So they're just having like a regular old lunch, but they're eating plants that are growing out of this guy's body. And the artist, Luigi killed it, and it's just that's what we wanted to do. Like callbacks to that, where it was like this guy, I'll never forget that actor. He hit a mouse, and it's like squeaked, and he crushed it, and he goes and like sucked it out of the box, and you're just like, ugh. Yeah.
Have you had any of the illustrators come back at you and just be like, "Yeah, I don't even know what you're coming up here with. I have the idea, but I need you to kind of formulate a little bit more for me." Have they ever been like completely lost, I guess?
Well, I don't know about completely lost. I did write a story, and a couple stories I wrote early on for Jason were not. He was like, "No, it's not Lords of the Cosmos enough. You need to up the violence." So then I wrote a story, and I upped the violence. And then we gave it to an artist who was like, "I'm not comfortable with this level of violence." So we had to tamp it down. But other than that, I don't remember any of the stories that I wrote, if we ran into anything like that with an artist.
I remember one. So Dennis wrote the Orca Memnon origin story for issue 3, and Joe Freistuhler took a stab at it, and I remember it just didn't work, and it didn't work, and it didn't work, and it didn't work, and I remember it was kind of a real editor, put your Stan Lee hat on, right? And I remember we asked Joe to do something else, and then he wrote his own story for some other characters, and he drew that, and it was great. And there was a fellow named Zach that I'd met at a Comic-Con in Philadelphia that asked to draw some stuff for me as a freelance project. And he was kind of like a very freewheeling kind of original, not quite anime style, and then he did the Orca Memnon story, and like it just clicked, and he blew it away in issue 3. And it's one of my favorite stories, where he has like corn as soldiers, and it was like all this weird plant stuff, and like
there's cactus men, there's cactus
and like Dennis's story,
yeah, I remember that.
And that was a real moment of like, this story is not clicking with the first artist. And then we moved him to his own thing, which was really good. And then that's in issue 4. And then Dennis's and Jason's story, because they co-wrote that, the story is great, but there's no doubt that the artist made it better. I mean, there was just little weird details that he threw in there that was like, man, he's really, when an artist and a writer click, it's greater than the sum of the parts. It was a great story, and that kid could draw. He does video game work now. I talked to him recently, and that story and him as the artist was it was like 2 + 2 = 11. It was outstanding. So that's one that sticks out to me that it didn't click, but instead of forcing the issue, it was how can we reroute the talent? Because Joe's a great artist. He's kind of stepped away from it for a while now, but we gave him some different characters and let him write his own story, and then he wrote a story that kind of played his visual strengths. It was great. So it can happen. You know, it's just some of these things are weird because the story details a time in the past where there's a civil war with plants, and why are they having a civil war, and you know, where this one plant character that lives in the present, and where did he come from, and it's really weird and cool. And you know, to me, that story is a lot of what this book is about, is having those really kind of weird, unique experiences.
Sure. Well, it looks like, as you've been talking, let's go all the way back up here. Looks like we've gained. Go. Yeah, looks like we got some more people.
All right, you know, you can use the side menu and scroll up. I learned that for this Kickstarter. So there's a side menu on the left side. You can scroll right to the top by clicking on one of the words.
Is this the one where we have the stickers?
We got stickers, baby.
How do they look? What are the stickers?
Go to stickers in the side menu there, CJ.
Stickers.
No, other side.
Awesome.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, you can click on one of those things and it just rolls through the campaign. See on the left side. There you go.
Oh,
stickers. There it is. Just click on the word stickers. Watch it go.
Boom. There we are. Okay, gotcha.
Oh yeah.
Look at that,
I would
stickers.
have stuck those all over the wall at my house and gotten such a spanking. So awesome. Yeah, awesome.
Set of
They look
10
good.
or singles. Yeah, they're great.
That's the kind of fun stuff that Lenox sort of pulls out of his hat, his wizard hat.
So there's so much crazy stuff in here. We've got gaming mouse pads. We've got X-rated digital images, right? We've got Emba toy.
Get the spicy.
We've got bookmarks. We've got new covers on old. We got a virtual event, right? Like just talking Lords of the Cosmos.
Retail tier. You get T-shirts. Yeah. So how many? You said there was 99 add-ons. Is that what you were aiming at?
There's 99 add-ons in this campaign. A lot of it's original artwork, right? But there's 99 things you could add to your tier.
Oh, there you go. There's the mouse pads.
Yeah.
Now, Lenox, do you have a favorite add-on that you can recommend to your fans?
Those
new fans or old fans?
The gaming mouse pads are sick. They are.
How
really
big are those? Oh, 36 by 16. Okay, wow.
16 and 28 by 12.
Do you have them at your house already?
I got a sample of each one. I've got them. They're ready to go.
Why are you not holding it up like a QVC person and being like, in this corner?
All right, hold on.
Like
Give me a minute. I'll go get them. I will leave the Zemba action figure to take my spot.
Then we just need some film music. Cthulhu Jack, don't we have anything like, you know?
Still like,
yeah.
We get some film music. We can sing it.
Yeah.
No, that's not it. Let's do. Is he already back?
He's back.
I'm back. I'm back with my Umex action figure.
Well, now we're ready for the next round when someone shows up.
Yeah.
Should always be film music.
Where'd you go?
Yeah.
There you are.
I got my toys, right? Everyone's here, right?
Oh, there they are. I'm trying to see if I can get you guys bigger. There we go. That's what I want.
Oh, those look good.
Hello, Zemba. You want to kill people today? Why, yes, Umex, I do. And I might want to kill you too.
I love that.
Right?
This reminds me of when I was a kid, like now, there's all this bling. Like you can get your awesome bling for this, you know, things like Lords of the Cosmos. I remember as a kid, I would collect anything and everything that had something on it that was cool. Like I like Robotech. I went to kids' party. He had a like party favor bag, came with a little Mosquito bike, and I still have it because you could that was cool. You couldn't find it, but now look, you could have how big is that? 36-inch mouse pad.
That's wild.
It's awesome looking.
these are gaming mouse pads. So I met a creator that was selling these, and kids loved them, these big ones. So he connected me with his boutique manufacturer, and I got them made. So this is the Chibi Zemba. So she will be a stretch goal as a sticker. Once we achieve our goal of $4,000, a stretch goal will open up, and she is one of the sticker stretch goals. I forget where she lands, but this is a Chibi stretch goal sticker.
Yeah.
But we used her on the mouse pads too.
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive, man. I'm not gonna lie. I usually have sour things to say. That's pretty awesome. Well done.
And here is Chibi Cycorn.
Oh, you got another one. Cycorn.
Cycorn. Oh yeah.
Hello,
There
man.
he is.
Murder you today?
I'm an undead unicorn. How are you doing?
Hello, man. Murder your friends.
Okay, that is not Cycorn's voice. He sounds like Starscream, and it's like, what are you doing with me on this little mouse pad, you? That's his voice. I've often debated what the voices sound like. I think
we know.
He sounds like Star.
Yeah, he's Starscream, absolutely.
So here's both of them as little chibis together.
Okay, that's really nice. That's pretty.
That's cool.
Yeah, those are excellent Lords of the Cosmos colors too.
Stuff. Yeah.
Purpose. Yep. I like it.
You and the designers should be congratulated because that's pretty awesome, dude.
Yeah.
That is actually pretty impressive.
So the artist that designed those was a person named the Art Victim. So big shout out to Art Victim for doing a great job designing the chibi characters and designing the mouse pads. They use the color scheme from Cyberpunk Edge Runners from Netflix, which was really cool.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I was going to say, who did that design on the graphic design on that? The whole layout looks fantastic. Oh, a mug.
It's almost if you did a mug.
Boys, it's 5:30. I want to say thanks to Cthulhu Jack. It was good seeing y'all. You guys
Dennis.
are awesome.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Hey,
Good
thanks
meeting
for
you, my
hosting
friend.
it and being awesome. Keep that music coming. Talk to you guys.
Keep it rocking. Thanks, Dennis. You
Thank
rock.
you. So about the Zemba, you get the shirt, you get the mug, and the
Got my
shirt.
mug.
I like that shirt.
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like you sold a couple of the Zemba toys already.
People want the Zemba toys. So Eric, the toy maker, should be coming on later tonight to talk about making. There's some little behind the scenes. There's Zemba's photo shoot with my friend David. We shot Zemba at his house. We whole setup. She was looking her best.
So you get a retail. Okay. Oh, so these are the new T-shirts as well. So the one that you're wearing is one, as well as.
Yes, and the other one is every so often I make a Jason Lenox T-shirt. It's been a tradition. There's always been one in the campaign. Well, this is the first time that shirt, the Cobra shirt, has been out for anyone. So it's a new shirt from Jason and a new Lords of the Cosmos shirt that we've never had.
Nice.
So many things that we've never had, right? It's like a Lords of the Cosmos mini mall.
The Bonanza. Love it.
It is a bonanza.
Books. Get the Satanic Cuddling books are back.
They're there. Big hit. That was my last Kickstarter between Lords issues, and it was really good. Cthulhu Jack, could you read the pledge? I think that's very important to this campaign. It's like our political platform.
Sure, we can read the pledge. It says, number one, no AI was used for Lords of the Cosmos.
Yes.
2 is every person who worked on the project was paid in money, not exposure. Number 3 was no risk. The project is 100% complete and ready for backers.
Yes.
That's I'd say a pretty sweet pledge and pretty simple pledge. It's too bad more people don't abide by that.
Well, and I think a lot of the stuff sounds very obvious. Like one thing I always kind of roll my eyes at is when people say, I like people that tell the truth. I'm waiting to meet someone that's like, I like when people lie to me. But I think the way things are today, we have to spell some things out that you would think should be obvious. But I do think it's important to say this is what we're about. I really am not a fan of AI in the creative space. And I think it's important to, let people know that this was something that people wrote and people drew. And there's a lot of, brains and hands doing work, not software aggregating other people's work.
Sure.
I think it's important.
Yeah, and that has become a big issue in just with because the the Reg of the Future contest also has an art component to it, and so there's 12 writers that win, and then 12 artists that win, and afterwards they have like a Discord channel where all the winners, artists, and writers are on there, and that's the artists are very much against having AI used, because the problem with that is that cool image there, that mouse pad. If that's sitting on the internet, the AI will scrape it and use it to create an image. And it's an original image that the AI created, but it used all of this stuff here without having paid any of the artists that created it. So that is very important for this campaign to know that everybody who worked on this was a human and that everybody got paid.
By the way, that was Cycorn's anime image. So there's a really cool artist that I liked on Facebook called Ignacio Ragnarsson, and I hope that sounds correct. And Ignacio was doing commissions for anime characters, so there they all are now. So I commissioned him to do Zemba and Cycorn as 90s anime characters, and I kind of think he nailed it. Like, they really look like they stepped out of like a 1991 OVA.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They look great. And they are variant covers in the book. And Cthulhu Jack, if you want to scroll up to the covers, you could go to the covers on the left side and just scroll right up.
Covers.
Just scroll up.
Oh, there we go. So you get those. You get the Lords of Cosmos. You get the physical copies. And
Well,
then...
so keep going up. You got to go higher in the menu, and we'll go to the cover gallery. Cover gallery.
Oh, there it is.
So if you scroll down there, you can see the anime cover that we had him do. And then we did it with the Lords of the Cosmos standard logo on the top. But we also did it like a Bubblegum Crisis clamshell case. Which I love that series, and I loved how goofy their clamshell VHSs looked.
Right.
Keep scrolling down. There you go.
There he is.
So that's Ignacio's cover with just the characters as anime in kind of a generic 90s, airbrush painted background. If you scroll down a little bit more, this is the VHS clamshell variant. We tried to match up the fonts and make it look like a Bubblegum Crisis VHS box.
Oh, okay. I see. That's really cool.
That's funny, actually. Lenox, do you remember that one of the ways we figured out that you were a comic book artist and I was a writer was I mentioned that you had done that Bubblegum Crisis cover for the local paper?
Yep.
Weekender, the paper? Yep. I was like, that was an awesome cover. And you were like, I drew that. I was like, really? Like, yes.
Got to fly your flag, man, the anime flag.
Yep.
But I thought he really nailed those characters. I mean, when I see that image, if I could have one wish for Lords of the Cosmos, would be that it could become an animated anime series. So when I see this image, and it's just one image, it almost brings a tear to my cybernetic eyes, because I wish I could pop in the Lords of the Cosmos OVA with 4 episodes from like 1995 and just watch 4 45-minute bloodbaths that look like this. And
right. Yeah, no, he looks he particularly looks like he's straight out of anime.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Ignacio did a bang up job there. Bang up. 100%. I love it.
So how many different variant covers did you do for this particular campaign?
Well, I want to say 8, but we'd have to count them. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4.
This one, I like this one a lot too. That's pretty wild.
So
reminds me of the.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it just reminds me of the old D&D role playing books from the 80s. Some of the artwork out of those.
Like
this.
Oh.
There you go. Way to represent. Sorry it took so long.
No, we're welcome.
But go ahead, Jason, you were saying?
So the gentleman that drew this, his name is Caesar, and he is an incredible artist from Mexico City, and he did all my inks on my pencils for this issue, and he wanted to do a cover. So I tasked him to do a cover based on the main story that he was inking. And this was his interpretation of Zemba, with the torture of Cycorn going on around her and engaging with Mordanix as she betrays her fellow villains.
Gotcha. And then you get, is this the only spicy cover you have?
Yes. So when LC Freitas, who did this cover, he said, "Do you want a spicy version?" And I was like, "Sure." So he's like, "Okay," and then he did that. That's one of the things he does a lot. So he just assumed I wanted it. So I said, "Let's give it a shot." So this image there is the image that he did, and then he did a spicy version, which we blocked out the naughty bits, and
yep. That's some big naughty. That's some big blocks there, knocking out the bits.
Well, we didn't know how flexible Kickstarter would be, so we were worried if we just put a little tiny strip, they'd say, "Nope, you can see a side boob, and we're shutting the campaign down." So we have a lot of blacked out area. We didn't want to fight the algorithm. We got to protect the kids, CJ.
Yeah, no, for sure. So
that is
then you got
Koi Fam.
Go ahead.
And Koi is a super well-known artist in the Marvel DC tier of artists, and he went to Penn State, where Jason and I live, and I met him at some shows in the general area because he likes to come up to this part of the world. He lives down near Philadelphia, I believe. And I said, "I'd love to have you do a cover, to have a really top-tier cover guy do a cover," and he did Zemba, and I couldn't be happier with it. It truly, it's his style, and it is top-tier comic book art, top-tier art. And I don't know if anyone's bought it yet, but you can buy that. I think that's the most expensive add-on. It's $500 in the campaign. I'll have to see if it's sold.
Wow. For the original.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's see.
And then there's the main cover, and there's a story behind that image. So I was at a comic book show around this time last August to be precise, and the cover didn't always look that way. And I had a much more static image of Zemba just kind of standing, holding her whip. And my very good friend Randy saw me at this show, and he was looking at all the art that I did for issue 1. And he really kind of clobbered that image, as only my friend Randy could do. And I kind of walked away angry, as I think sometimes we as creatives can be, because it hurt our ego. It hurt my ego a little bit. And I was like trying to justify to him that it was a good job. And the next day I kind of felt like the comedian that was trying to explain why he was funny. I was like, I know I really don't want to redo this image, but he's not wrong. It's not really dynamic. So if you want to see the image, we used it. Scroll the whole way to the top of the campaign. Just scroll the whole way up to the top. See that picture of her? Scroll down. Stop. See where it says, and it just got Zemba standing there. That was the original cover image.
I see.
And you know what? It's okay for a little graphic in a Kickstarter.
Yeah, sure.
But you know what? Randy wasn't wrong, and I do think as creatives, maybe sometimes we're not inspired, maybe sometimes we're a little bit lazy, and his comment, it definitely stung my ego, but I had to go in reverse, and then I decided to do a much more dynamic Zemba in action, right? And even though I hated having to do extra work, I love this cover now as like the main cover. This rocks. So to take it even a step further, you notice the tier where all the old issues have the back issues have new covers.
Right.
After I did this, I went back and looked at the old main covers, and I was like, "Oh, Randy, what are you doing to me?" And I redid every cover for all the old issues. So all the old books have a new, more dynamic and exciting cover. And one of the things that Jason and Dennis had said is, could you make them brighter if we're going to redo them and make them more 80s?
Right.
So Danny Zemba, who did all the colors for those covers, I gave her the direction to make them more bold and exciting like they were from the 80s, right? So if you scroll down to the add-on section, it's a big campaign, CJ. You're getting lost in it.
There we go. Okay.
Well, they're kind of hidden. Keep scrolling down.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We get mugs.
Keep scrolling.
We get
Keep
mugs.
Oh.
We get those.
Oh,
we get stickers. Bookmarks.
There.
There we go.
So those are all the new covers to the old issues. So my Zemba redo, I had to redo 7 old covers.
Jeez.
So I couldn't stand basically upping my game for one and leaving the old ones not more exciting, right? More 80s, more bold.
Right.
So, I think Randy gave me a good kick in the ass. I hate having to do extra work, and I think I was pushing back on him because I was lazy and I didn't do a good job. But I didn't want to do more work. But I respect Randy a hell of a lot, and I couldn't get it out of my head that he was like, I don't know, it doesn't seem that good. It doesn't seem as good as the rest of it. And I was just like, oh, so there's always these little backstories behind some of these things.
Yeah, sure, of course.
So
yeah, those do look great. Those colors and everything on there. That's great. It pops right off there.
You and Dennis said make it like the 80s.
Yeah.
That was the direction. I stole your quote. I took it right to Danny and I said, make it bright like the 80s. And she
Plus,
said,
you got the Trapper Keeper theme going through the whole Kickstarter. It's awesome.
Yeah. So she
I love
said,
this,
okay.
This color combo is great. The green and the magenta down there.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, these covers look like you could eat them. They look like something you'd find at the candy store.
That's true.
Yeah,
And
sure, for sure.
It's what I told her. Neon pink, neon green, bright yellow. I mean, everything it's just loud. But that's what you guys wanted. That you as co-creators said, Jason, make it like the 80s. Well, you got what you wanted. Jason Hurd and Jason, captain of the ship. Dynamic pose, brighter colors, more 80s. Max up the 80s.
Thank you. Because it looks awesome.
So let's go to so since you're showing the mug, we'll show off the mug a little bit.
Yeah.
So when you got all these new images, why not use them? And,
yeah, exactly.
Also, when Dennis and Jason tell me this stuff, I'm always scribbling. It'd be cool if we had mugs. Guys, you got 16 mugs. You got color and black and white. So I myself have a black and white Umex mug, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I also have a color Zemba mug.
Nice.
And you may say, why both? Well, I was showing my wonderful wife, Crystal, the black and white mug, and she said, that's nice. I thought you had that in color, too. Why didn't you make the mug in color? And I was like, oh, my God, I should just stop talking to everybody. Black and white.
Well, they shouldn't have to redraw anything. It's just,
no,
adding it all to the mix.
They're all set up and ready to ship. I can just press a button and have them sent out anywhere in the world.
Nice.
That's really cool. Yeah, I was going to say, as one of the things I mentioned when we were trying to figure out what to talk about was that the internet, like Kickstarter and the internet in general, really solved the problem that like independent creators had for so long, like back in the 80s and 90s, and that's the distribution problem.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Right. I mean, now you can run a Kickstarter, get all the people that want to have a comic, and you can get it printed and ship it out to them. Or like with the mugs, you can have that shipped directly to them, and that really has made it possible for independent creators to create stuff. Whereas before you couldn't. I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to print, some mug place produce 100 mugs for you, and then you try to sell them at a con or do something like that. It's really, really tough. Nowadays, there's at least this opportunity for creatives, though, like you said earlier, Cthulhu Jack, it's not easy. You still got to do what like Lenox does, which is to have a good campaign. He does a great job with his email lists, and he builds his fan base in order to get it done. But you can do it. Whereas I think before, it was nearly impossible to do independent stuff and get it out and known to people. So,
well, the problem with before it, that I was going to say the problem with it before too is that, if you were going to put out a book like this, like Lords of the Cosmos, you would have had to go and just print them all out, and then just hit the pavement, go to comic book stores and bookstores at the time and so on and so forth and try to sell them that way and go to cons. With Kickstarter, it's great because you already have a built-in audience. So it's, however many you have to order for that. And then you just order up a percentage, to take on the road or whatever you want to do for other sales that you have outlets for. And so I think that definitely saves the creator a lot more money that he has to invest ahead of time, because, you know, at least with crowdfunding, it's, you know, unless you do it where you don't finish the book and you're using the money for Kickstarter to, feed you while you're trying to get the book done. But in your case, since the book's finished, you're basically just manufacturing and shipping. So the time is shorter and everybody gets their books faster, and you don't have that much overhead or overstock that you have to contend with. You could just sell it at shows or Etsy or however else you go about it.
So I got a couple things to say. One of the really cool things about what you just said is some of these items are make on demand. The mouse pads and the mugs are all make on demand, and they will ship right from the manufacturer out to customers or backers.
That's awesome.
So that's really cool with no minimums. Secondly, another really cool change with Kickstarter in particular, and I don't know if Jason and Dennis even know this. We talked earlier, CJ, I think before Jason and Dennis were on, about, you know, how these have changed, and I love how the add-ons have made it modular. You can build your own rewards, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of the other big changes that is enabled on this campaign is late rewards enabled. Almost every single item will be for sale until I shut it off. So this campaign isn't just a 33-day campaign. It's actually a Lords of the Cosmos mini mall for years to come. So you could find this in a year, and unless I shut these items off manually, you can go on there and say, oh, I want to get issue 5, and I want to order an enamel pin, and I want to get all the old cover, new covers on the old issues. I suppose eventually pricing may change, that we'd have to shut it down or turn things off. But the work we put into this campaign, to me, is so much different than in the past, where, the campaign has an end date, but this campaign is going to be usable for hopefully years to come as a literal Lords of the Cosmos store, which to me is so cool. And the other thing is, we're at 40 backers. You guys are sleeping on it. Can we get a?
Yes, we are. I didn't know how much we were up there before. That's what I was looking at. Hold on a second.
It was like 32.
Here's my 30,
40 now.
Oh, were we at 32? Yeah. 40.
Yeah, baby, yeah.
Closing in on $3,000. What's up, backers? You guys are making it happen.
Sweet.
Less than 300 to go to hit the 3,000 would be great. We can make that happen tonight for you.
Yeah, and the stretch goals are ready to go. We've got 5 of them, right? And I'm not going to tell you what they are. You got to earn your way to those stretch goals.
Ooh, mystery stretch goals. Bold.
You're going to love that. So that's one of the things I do like about Kickstarter now. They seem to have at least listened to feedback and have looked at other crowdfunding sites like Indiegogo and Crowdfunder and all those, and have kind of added these new little bells and whistles, like this whole details and pledge on the side where you can add the pictures and stuff. Like you said, this side on the left, you have the scroll. And then also now that you can keep it extended past the 30 days.
Sure.
I mean, it benefits them as it does as well as the creators. And I think for creators, it's, you couldn't ask for a better way to have this set up. And I think the way you're doing it by getting everything finished first just makes a lot more sense, where you're not stressing out once you get the money going, oh crap, I got to finish. I got to get this done, and then by that point, everybody's kind of forgotten about it. And then when you try to keep the store extended, well, people may not necessarily come back. Whereas here, as you get it out, everything's going, and maybe people will come back after they get the initial rewards that they had backed, and they go, oh, you know what? I really like that mouse pad. I'm going to go back and get that. Now they can, because you're that quick about doing the turnaround. And I think the quick turnaround for any of this stuff is super important.
Well, and here's the thing, I know, CJ, you've been working really hard to build up your channel. And, obviously, things like this launch party, they're not going to go away. You'll record it. You can cut it up. If you want to have the Zemba action figure part of the show, right, where she comes in and hangs out, this video will live on. It'll be on your channel. It could be there for years,
right.
It could be for decades, right? So, what I like about the work that, we're doing and the work that you're doing with your channel and thank you again for having us as guests. It's very wonderful to be in your digital home. It's much appreciated. You're welcome. Is that it plays off each other, so that all this work we did in this Kickstarter, that someone sees it in 2027, they could say, dude, can I still get that mouse pad? Still active. Bloop, bloop. Jason orders it, sends it out. So I love that the work that we're doing has more run in it. And I want to throw out a shout out to Pat Shand. Pat is a incredibly successful and incredibly friendly and just an all-around super guy that has really upped his game in crowdfunding. So one of the things that I did with this is I met Pat locally at the Happy Valley Comic-Con that our friend Tom Range has here locally in State College in either February or March of each year. And I met Pat 2 years ago at it, and we were working on all this stuff, and I complimented him on some of the things that I had seen him write and say online, and he said, "Hey, if you ever want, for a small fee, I will critique your Kickstarter." And I did pay Pat to review this several months ago, and Pat had some outstanding constructive criticism. For example, that side menu, I didn't know that existed, right? And he's.
I think that's fairly new, though, isn't it? To Kickstarter.
I think it is, but if you don't know, you don't know. And he was like, "Please look at my campaign, and you'll see this, and here's how you do it." And I'm like, I think that makes the campaign better. So, to me, you're noticing a lot of these things as I listen. Jason and Dennis wanted this, or Pat mentioned that this would be better. One of the smartest things you can do as a creator and, kind of as a manager on these kinds of projects is to use more of this and less of this and listen, because there's a lot of good ideas that come our way, and none of us are smart enough to know everything. So I think, the process of listening, to, my fellow creators, to people that know more than me, is probably the smartest strategy I could share with anybody. So just listen to people that are smarter than you, and take their advice and just do it. And then you seem smarter. That's my superpower, is listening.
Yes, and no, everybody should do a little bit more listening. I want to get a couple of comments we got coming in. Larry W47 says, "Great first day."
Thank you, Larry. And Larry is a backer from issues ago that his character, he paid to be a character in the book. So Larry is a friend of mine that is a military pilot, and he is the character in the story Pulse that is the pilot of the hero's landing ship, and his co-pilot is a praying mantis. So
don't get on that bad side.
Yeah, so Larry is in the book, and I would say we keep our word. It took a couple years, but yes, Larry is in the book, and it was great to actually make that happen. Sorry it took so long, and hopefully you don't get killed. You'll have to read the book and find out.
Or get eaten by your co-pilot.
Chances aren't good.
Yeah, better make sure he packs his lunch, right?
Right, exactly. So we got Brent Freeman. Hey, guys, great first day.
Thank you, Brent. And Brent is another amazing contributor. Brent is the king of 3D modeling. So Brent has, over the years, designed some 3D elements for us to use with some characters and landscapes so that we have 3D models to play with. And a little later on in the show, Brent actually, I saw Brent the other week, and Brent sent me some 3D printed pins that I'm going to open up with a knife in his envelope. I just got them in the mail today. He really wanted to do something special to support, so I don't know what we're going to do with them, but I've got him here to open live on our show, on our launch party, right? I've got the Brent. Yes.
And Stephanie, looks like she's just joining us.
Oh.
So we're going to add her. Stephanie, are you, or maybe not. She may not be there yet.
Stephanie is represented by a gray circle and a black square.
Oh, there she is.
I'm just trying to figure out the tech behind everything. Hi.
Oh, so am I. No worries. Thank you for joining us.
Stephanie, how are you doing?
Good. I'm just, living the dream in New Orleans as the hurricane is moving in. So I'm ready.
Outstanding.
Cheers. Cheers.
I would like to introduce Stephanie. So Stephanie, for many years, helped me at conventions in Philadelphia and Baltimore, back when conventions were much busier than they are these days. And she is super smart and super creative, and was along every step of the way as I was babbling to her at shows about Lords of the Cosmos. And if I'm not mistaken, and I may have to get out my external hard drive and look while she's here, I think she actually cosplayed as Zemba at Wizard World Philadelphia years ago. So I might have to find that picture and send it to CJ. But Stephanie now lives far away in the South in New Orleans, in that exotic French area down there. And I am so excited to have her on because I haven't talked to her in a while. So this is really cool to have somebody that's been in the trenches creatively and out the show. So welcome, Stephanie, to our launch party.
Thank you for having me. I'm super excited for the new edition to come out.
Yes.
I've been involved with every step of the way, but only after it happens. So I still have the novelty and surprise of every time a new issue comes out.
Oh, excellent. Excellent.
I hope we don't disappoint with this issue. I think we may keep our streak alive.
I think it's gonna be awesome.
Now, Stephanie, have you?
Oh,
go ahead.
It's 9 o'clock
Jason.
for me, so I gotta actually bail out. But hey, Stephanie, it's nice to meet you, and you guys have a great show, man. I'm super excited about it.
Jason, appreciate you taking
Thanks,
the time
Jason.
to come out, man. And I hope I see you at the Kickstarter live event at Comic Cove this Saturday, the 14th. Are you coming out?
I plan to be there. Be there at 11.
I'll see you there.
And Jason,
All right, sweet.
before you take off, is there anything you want to promote?
My brother does have a Kickstarter going on. He does a bunch of themed anthologies, and he's currently doing one. This is like a cover of one of his anthologies that he had funded last time. The company's Zombies Need Brains, and it's on Kickstarter right now. And so if you like sci-fi fantasy short stories, then go over and back it. I have one story in one of the anthologies if it funds. So
awesome.
You want to shoot us the link and we can throw it up later in the show?
Oh yeah, I'll try to do that. Let me try that. I'll send it to you, Lennox.
Yep, just send it to me and we'll get it up during the show.
We'll get it up there. Yeah. Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Palm.
Cheers.
Bye.
All right. Oh, there we go. We got another one.
Who's here?
Yeah, baby, yeah.
Ah,
We got 41. We got 41.
Even better.
So, and then let's actually, we got some, here we got Larry added another comment after we jumped off before. The weight boss was no big deal, and worthy death is all one can ask for. So he's excited. And then Brent, what did Brent have to say? He was just responding to your great first day. Great to hear. So
I love it. I love it. And I just found these pictures from 2018. So I'm going to let you interview Stephanie for a bit while I export these photographs over to you, Dave. This is good stuff. They're safe, right? But it's Zemba cosplay. So I'm going to send these over here in a hot minute. So I'm going to work on file transferring. You interview Stephanie.
I don't know what's more terrifying, you bringing up the old pictures or being interviewed by a random stranger.
Well, we're here to horrify.
Yeah, exactly. So Stephanie, with helping Jason at these cons, do you also contribute as well to the books themselves?
Mostly just there to for Jason to bounce ideas off of. I've done a bit of writing, but I wouldn't say that's really my forte. So I'm just kind of more inspiration than, hands-on writing.
Well,
Gotcha.
I disagree a little bit because Stephanie has helped a ton with helping old Kickstarter campaigns with editing and grammar and, being an editor in those campaigns of change this, move that, grammar's wrong. And if you need help with that, I would never undersell how important that is because I struggle with that stuff.
Sure. Now, other than Zemba, which you cosplayed as, is there another Lords of the Cosmos character that that you enjoy reading about?
The cat, I forget his name.
The good cat or the bad cat? Because there's two.
Oh, the good cat, the one that was like from the right from the beginning.
That is the evil cat Hexalore 7, and we were just talking about his origin story was done by a writer in the UK, Liam, and an artist in the Philippines, Dino, has drawn it, and it is all done in the can. Probably going to come out in Lords of the Cosmos issue 0.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yes.
So he does not appear in this issue.
He does not appear in this issue.
Okay. Gotcha.
And Stephanie will love him even more when she learns his horrible backstory. And those graphs are over to you now, CJ. I just emailed them over to you.
Okay. Could you WhatsApp them to me?
Yes, I can. Give me a minute. I'm going to shut my camera off and go walk and get my phone, and I will work on it. So give me a minute.
Okay. Oh, see, he doesn't even have a logo. What's wrong with you, Jason?
I'm logo free.
You're logo free. What have you been with Jason long, going over these books and working with him at these shows?
Yeah, since 2012-ish.
Yeah.
I retired a couple years ago, but we were together for like almost 10. Was it 10?
So we did our first show together at Wizard World Philadelphia 2013. That's when it was. And I think you did your last show with me 2019.
2019.
So it was like a 7-ish year run, I guess. Something like that. Yeah.
Wow. Now, have you seen any of the new book, Stephanie?
I have not.
Oh, well, you better run her through it, CJ.
We could go through it here. We can, where's my little guy? There he is. So he gets you some pages here. Yeah. So, Jason, you said that this book is all in black and white, correct?
Correct.
What made you choose that artistic style as opposed to the color?
So, I've always been a fan of black and white comics. Probably my most favorite is 2000 AD, which is famous for Judge Dredd. And there's a lot of black and white comics that I like. So stylistically, I think it's cool. And the other reason I did it from day one was just cost. By having a colorist and printing in color would make these books even more expensive to make. So there was a stylistic decision and then kind of budgetary, and they kind of work together. So that's why. In a vacuum, if I had unlimited money, I might still do them in black and white, but it might be cool to do them in color. But there's just, then you just start saying, well, how much is this going to cost? Because these books are big. So how much is it going to cost? And, how much longer is it going to take to do and everything else? So that's a great question. I do have an exciting bit of news for Stephanie. I just found out today. So for a couple years, there was kind of a convention family with some of our friends around the way. So we had two good friends that Stephanie and I would be at shows with, Michael and Mick. And I did text Michael today, and his wife just had their first baby today.
Oh, congratulations to them.
Congratulations, Mike and Jess. But Mike, I sent Mike a text, and I was like, did you back the project? And he's like, as of this morning, I am now a father. So he's like, and I said, well, maybe, Mike, you can read the campaign at your 3 a.m. feeding because you'll need something to do.
Exactly.
So, yes, very exciting. Very exciting.
No, there's definitely a lot to go over, too, with the campaign.
Yes. So I'm going to let you do that while I get these cosplay photographs over. And I'm going to send you the link to Zombies Need Brains for the Palmatier crew. So I'm going to let you walk through this whilst I send these photographs to you on the WhatsApp.
On the WhatsApp.
So much. WhatsApp, WeTransfer. I feel like I'm stumbling over my own words. There's a lizard cowboy with a 6-shooter. That's so Lords of the Cosmos of us.
Yeah, right. And then you have the Tin Man and these are the gentlemen next to him there.
The Tin Man is the greatest call out in the book that no one's called out. And I think the Tin Man could be my favorite part of the entire book, that he's just kind of there with an axe.
Just hanging out.
Yeah.
Now, do you have any inspiration for with each story, a particular look or feel that you're going for, or is it just dictated by the illustrators that you hire and their different styles?
So I told you my inspiration for the Zemba story was kind of that scene from Dune. My inspiration for this story, Pulse, which I co-wrote with a friend of mine, was that I wanted it to be an 80s action movie. And the artist Sasha, I think he did a good job of bringing that feel and energy to it. You know, that it's very 80s action film.
Sure.
Oh, since I haven't been to a show in a while, Jason, do you have like a new booth babe? Who are you working with now?
Nobody, and I'm doing less shows than ever because, honest to goodness, they are so slow now. Here's a sad story for you. So I was at Baltimore Comic-Con last year. I won't go back. It was so slow that I left early. It was like being at a funeral.
Oh.
And I sincerely, I think COVID and the economy have done so much damage to that scene that I've scaled it back. No need for a booth babe because they're so slow. Like if you could imagine, you know what I mean?
I mean, I remember like at the tail end, like the last 1 or 2 shows that we did together, like I thought that was pretty bad. If it's gotten worse since then, oof.
And I think inflation's the big culprit. That, you know, if the cost of gas, cost of rent goes up, you know, the budget for fun goes down. And, you know, I think that kind of comes back to, if you want to make a book fund in that environment, you really got to bring it. You know, you better bring some really good material and you better hustle your ass to find the audience, because it's not, the level of difficulty has gone very high. But yeah, no new booth babe, because like I said, I can't even justify doing it because, like I said, the bigger shows that used to be really busy, there was times you and I would be at Baltimore slinging stuff nonstop. It was so slow last year. I left at noon on Sunday. I was like, I can't sit here and just stare at the wall. I'd rather go home and cut my grass. Yeah. So it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I was at Terrificon in Connecticut, which is a sizable show, a few weeks ago, and some of my my friends that were vending there were saying the same thing. I mean, there was a lot of people, but just nobody was really buying. I mean, they were buying a lot of the top tier, you know, signatures and that type of stuff, and toys and whatnot. But as far as indie guys, you know, like yourself, it was hard pressed, and that's an expensive show. It's a 3-day show. A lot of people travel from out of town on that one. So.
Yeah, no, the era when we were doing those shows, Stephanie, almost seems like it's a movie now to me. Like it doesn't even seem real, if that tracks.
Yeah. I was just about to blame it on the Zoomers. Maybe they're just getting all their media digitally.
Well, Brent says WV Pop Con was pretty slow this year as well.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't think it's like a bad show promoter per se. I think that it's well, I think Stephanie's got a point. I do think there could be some cultural shifts with behavior. I do think a lot of the shows now are kind of more autographed cosplay events. They've always kind of been that way, but I don't know that people are coming to read comics necessarily at comic book shows, which is weird, right?
So it looks like we've got a new guest that's coming on, Dave Newbold.
Wow, Dave, super artist right there. Bring Dave on.
You want Dave?
I want him.
Hey, Dave.
Hey, how's it going, everyone?
Dave,
Happy that you're here on the show.
How are you doing?
Great, man. Thanks a lot for inviting me to hang out with you guys. I appreciate it. It's an honor.
So can I introduce Dave, CJ?
Sure, of course. Please do.
So Dave will have a special variant cover when we do go to Indiegogo. So he is not in the Kickstarter campaign, but he is one of the featured variant covers in Indiegogo. So Dave's going to be later on in the life cycle of this project, and I can maybe share that art a little bit in a couple minutes.
Nice.
But Dave is one of the most talented artists that I've ever met, and he's a lot more talented than people that are a lot more famous than he is. And Dave has contributed art to issues 1, 2, and 3 of Lords of the Cosmos, and he's done variant covers for each of those books. And one day I hope we can get him back on the book, because a lot of people love his work. And I always, when he does work for Lords of the Cosmos, I always kind of get a chill, because he's just one of those mic drop talent guys that he whatever it is, he's got it. So with that, I will introduce Dave Newbold, and CJ, you can ask him some questions and do your thing as a host, man. But that's who this guy is.
Oh, thank you,
Dave. Yeah, man.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
So, Dave, as I had asked others that have come in here, out of all the Lords of the Cosmos characters, do you have a favorite that you've either created and or worked on? And also, is there a Lords of the Cosmos character that you would prefer to be if you had a choice?
Oh, wow.
Well, before you answer that, we get another one.
Nice.
We went up again.
I love it.
Spotlight's back on you again. Sorry.
On me.
Yes, sir.
So I really liked the story that I did with Zemba, and the sort of the S&M characters. I had a really good time with that story, and the environments, the costumes, that was really fun. I'd say so far that was probably my favorite story to work on. Yeah, I mean, I did a sketch cover of Aiden, and I thought that was really awesome. I had a good time with that. And that was, that's probably more in line with the type of style that I do normally. But yeah, those two are definitely two of my favorites.
So oddly enough, the pictures I'm sending you, CJ, have Stephanie in her Zemba cosplay holding up Dave's Zemba cover from 2018.
Perfect.
Because we planned for this. This was all planned out, and it happened just how I wanted it. So I just sent those over to you on WhatsApp. So continue on, Dave, and I'm going to pull some images and send them over to.
Yeah, I mean that was a great story. I feel like it really fed into my talents. I'm probably like a little on the darker side of comic art, and definitely that was definitely in my wheelhouse, and just super thrilled to work on those characters.
Is there now, as a Lords of the Cosmos character, is there a particular one that you would prefer to be if you had a choice? If you lived in the world of Lords of the Cosmos?
I remember the name, but the bug with a shotgun.
Stinger. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Kind of like the underdog, character really appeals to me. Someone that you kind of like maybe would count out from the get-go, but surprises you in the end. Yeah, that's probably sort of the one I would most identify with.
Now, is there when working with Lenox and creating the pages and the stories for these Lords of the Cosmos, is there what's the biggest challenge that you have, do you think? Is it just trying to form with the idea of what Lenox is coming to you with and try to make it work within the confines of all the other stories that are going in the issue? Or does he pretty much give you a lot of freedom into creating those designs?
No, Jason's really great about giving a little bit of creative license with it. Like, obviously, I want to stay true to the original character designs because they're really awesome. and I don't want to, change anything that Jason's created, because he's got an awesome foundation. What I try to do with that is try to put like a personal spin on it a little bit, but not take away from anything that's been established. So like if there's a certain look for a character, like I want to stay as true to that as I can. But I think like, probably one of the greatest things with working with Jason is sort of like the creative freedom in terms of being able to pace out like the timing and beats of a story. So in terms of like identifying key moments for panels and pages, and then like making those like the big pop shots, and then how we play up the different stages of like the key moments for each page, and then wrapping that into the finale for whatever the story is. So I think like it's been really good working back and forth with Jason to get the timing and pacing right for the stories, and I think that's made the stories that I've worked on with him really effective and really dramatic.
So if you go into the campaign, and here's a kind of the big secret Dave Newbold call out, one of the add-ons is the character model sheet. And if you want to scroll down to that add-on, you can use the menu on the left side. It's called out.
Yes, sir.
So when Dave was working on Stinger's story in issue 3, he had a lot of questions about how big were characters. And he questioned me pretty hard about that. And they were legitimate questions. And it kind of made me feel stupid. Not that he was being rude. It was just kind of like, yeah, damn it. Why don't we have that? And I actually commissioned an artist to build those sheets so that Dave had a model sheet, and we've used those ever since. And, when you work with guys like Dave, that, Dave has so much knowledge and skill and talent that it's like I said before, you listen. If a guy as talented as Dave is saying, I really need this, it isn't, well, no, we don't. You got to figure it out. Why don't you know? It was, actually, if you need to know how tall these guys are, we're going to get you a scale sheet so you can see that this guy's 5'4" and this guy's 12 feet tall or whatever. So those character model sheets are because of Dave. And then a really awesome artist, Steve Becker, saw them, and Steve was like, why don't you put them in your next campaign as a reward? They seem pretty sweet. So just listening to people that are smart continues to pay dividends to me. And I kind of feel like the dumbest person on the whole live lunch because I'm just listening to other people.
So these
no, not at all.
This is like an invaluable resource. There's so much gold in those, because when you're working in a story that involves all these characters and they're interacting with each other, it's crucial to know the scale and size to them, so that you can depict it page, panel after panel, have that relationship to them, and then to be able to transfer that to every other artist who's working on it, that like know exactly how big each character is in relation. That's all. It was great.
So another really interesting. Good to hear.
We got another one.
Dave's story got a huge callback in the new issue, because when Zemba in her origin story, when she gets summoned to Umex's fortress for a meeting, she has kind of a poor attitude at the meeting. And some of the other bad characters reference Dave's story and give her shit for screwing up in that story. So apparently Umex liked it too, because his cronies didn't forget. And they reference it and point out what an idiot she is, and that she needs to do a better job at work as a villain.
That's funny. So
we like that story as much as Dave. And I don't know if you got those pictures yet of Stephanie and holding Dave's cover.
Oh, yes. No, I'm ready to. They're all loaded and ready to go. So
let's load them up. Let's load them up.
Stephanie,
yeah, let's get a look at that.
Oh,
nice.
Back in the day.
Stephanie's like, what?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, Jason, who you said did this cover here?
Dave did
cover.
that cover. Right.
Dave's
As I said, it's like we couldn't have planned this better, CJ.
Still one of my favorite covers I've ever done. Absolutely. The way the colors all came out on that was truly awesome. And one of my favorite part of it obviously was the line art, but it
It's
ended
a little blurry. There we go.
That's awesome.
That's me trying to put on my best like mean mug dominatrix face.
You're too nice. Too nice.
That's so cool.
That's awesome.
And I'm going to send over Dave's variant covers here in a minute, CJ, if you want to keep the conversation going. But I just wanted to shout Dave out for those model sheets, because again, those are the things that help, me at kind of that, editorial top level thing, is to listen to the Dave Newbolds, of the world, because they'll help you be better. And my goal with these books is to always do better. And, that's how you get better, by working with people that are really talented and can help you step your game up. So it's really cool to see that reward in the campaign. It's really because of Dave.
Well, and I think too, with you have such a cast of characters that are all sorts of different heights and sizes, as you can see here. I mean, it would be very difficult for an illustrator to come in cold and just try to figure that out without any reference. So yeah, no, I think it's totally invaluable to be able to have this, and not even just the numbers themselves underneath, but being able to see the size of them literally next to each other on different scales. I think it's just, yeah. I mean, it's a great gift to have.
Another comment that Dave had made to me once, it always sticks in my head, and I'm going to try to quote this because I remember he said this to me over the phone. He said, "What I really enjoy about working with the Lords of the Cosmos characters is I feel like an artist, that I'm in a big house with a flashlight, discovering things in it, and I don't know what I'm going to find, but it's really fun, and I'm having fun exploring the world you're giving me to look through." And I've always kind of viewed that from a writing perspective as a challenge to make sure that we're giving all these talented artists we've been lucky to work with that same experience where they can really spread their wings and give us their best, and to give them as few limits as we possibly can. Because I think when you have guys as talented as Dave, and on this issue with Sasha and Luigi, turn these guys loose, because they're all really talented, and the last thing I want to do is like shackle them down and to not let them run free per se.
Now, Dave, let me ask you a question. For like with Lords, as opposed to other projects you work on, is the deadlines? What is the deadline situation like for you normally? Is it pretty? You have to get it done pretty quickly with working with Lenox, or does he give a little bit more freedom as opposed to most other job opportunities?
I feel like Jason's been really understanding with my workflow and life balance. He's been very understanding of how quickly I can produce, and has been very understanding with timelines. So I've never felt the pressure of having to like crunch for a deadline. Maybe that's because he knows me so well that he's given me a project so far in advance that he knows, like, even at my pace, like there's no way I could possibly blow a deadline. So
sure.
I feel like I've always gotten the project done with time to spare. He could probably answer differently, but I've never felt like that pressure from him, like, hey Dave, you have 2 weeks to get this done, like I haven't seen this, I haven't seen that. Always felt like I've been really on top of delivering when I said I was going to deliver. And then, like, if I knew I had other commitments or I couldn't finish a project in time, like I was way up ahead of that and was like, hey look, I'm not going to be able to do this by this time, but I can do this next thing by this time. So I've never felt that real like deadline crunch from Jason, but maybe he has a different perspective. Like I've been holding him up and
so
on my stories.
I'll give you my take on that. It's this, and I just sent you over those covers for Dave. We can share with everybody. So they're permissions 1, 2, 3, and 5. So the one cover will be for the Indiegogo version of the campaign for this. Lords of the Cosmos has always been about doing the best possible product. I don't like to put deadlines on it because I'm very busy. I have a full-time job. I've got kids, I've got a wife, a house, and whatever. So for me, I try to be very kind to myself and treat others as you would want to be treated. So what I try to do with guys or girls is to give them deadlines that fit their lifestyle, and Lords of the Cosmos will get done when it gets done. What did they say in The Hobbit or the Fellowship of the Ring? A wizard gets there exactly when he's supposed to be. So I actually had a backer reach out to me today and said, or who was it? They said when the campaign launched, I thought you did one every year. And I was like, no, this one's taken a little bit longer. It's a lot bigger. So this one has been about 3 years since the last Lords of the Cosmos. So maybe some people thought we were done. But we just came back with the biggest issue of the lot. So to me, if you want to work with people that are really talented, sometimes talent isn't speedy. And when you have really good talent, maybe you have to wait a little bit longer to get something really cool, as opposed to saying, we need it this Tuesday, hurry up. And then either the people can't do it or they'll do something that's really substandard. And, I don't look at Dave as a guy to race stuff done. I look at Dave as someone that I want to melt my face off. Sometimes it takes a little longer to melt my face. And to me, either you want it done quick or you want it done right. And I would much rather, with Lords of the Cosmos, let Lords of the Cosmos take its time. If it takes a while to do it, I would rather have a whole issue that melts my face than just, let's all hurry up and get it done. And then it's half-assed. And it's like, I thought Dave was really talented. This seems rough. Well, yeah, because you're rough.
Yeah, sure.
So, to me, it's about putting people in situations to succeed. And, sometimes you gotta play to, people's schedules and give them deadlines they can meet or projects that fit what time they can give you. So I would always make time for Dave or other creatives like Dave. Did you get his covers, CJ? We could show them off.
Yeah, they're already uploaded, and Brandon Hikes is just showed up as well. So,
oh my goodness,
let's bring Brandon in first, and then we'll go back and visit the covers.
Yes.
So, hey, Brandon, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Great to see you, Brandon.
Yeah, nice seeing you, Jason.
It's great to see you, CJ. Can I introduce this amazing talent?
Yes, please do.
So Brendan is one of the fellows on the book that is a writer, and he was kind enough to help me and really be the head writer for Zemba's origin story, A Day in the Life. And he took some kind of basic thoughts from me and took some kind of rough thoughts and made a tremendous finished script for Zemba, A Day in the Life. I've known Brendan for years. We've seen each other at shows. He lives out near Pittsburgh, and he's a genuinely awesome guy, and I like him a lot. And he's a super person. He's a super writer, and I couldn't be prouder to have him as a friend. And I'm so happy that he was able to be a collaborator on this issue. And there's my introduction for Brendan. So CJ, you can grill him on your standard questions, and we can talk to him about what he did on this issue of Lords of the Cosmos from his point of view.
Yes, yeah. Well, actually, why don't we start with that then, Brandon? On issue 5, what was your contribution to this issue?
So I scripted the short story A Day in the Life with Zemba.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just sort of like the title says, it's just a day in the life of Zemba, and it's just giving some background on her character and some of her motivations going forward in the story. And like Jason said, he came to me with like the bones of the story, with the general concept that he was interested in, and we basically just went back and forth brainstorming where we wanted the story to go and that sort of thing, and ended up with something that I was really happy with. I'm really proud of that story.
Now, when you were coming up with the idea behind it and the story, did you, when you finally saw the artwork, was it something that was comparable to what you had come up with in your head, or was it something that was like, oh, wow, this is...
Sorry,
go ahead. I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, the art was fantastic. And I that's one of my favorite things about writing comic books is when I start getting the art. It's always so much fun to see. And yeah, this blew me away, the way the artist
Luigi,
yeah. The way Luigi put everything together. Every time I got pages, I was excited.
Yeah, that's one of the best parts of getting artwork back from the artist, especially if it's not very quick and you kind of forget about it, and then when it pops up, it's just, it's like getting a nice Christmas present in the morning in your email.
Yep.
All right, so I got those covers loaded up, Jason.
Let's
So
check them
take
out.
a look.
We can talk about them. So Dave did that for issue 1. He did a short story in there about the underwater heroes and villains in Lords of the Cosmos, and that was one of the villains, kind of a lamprey, kind of our homage to Merman, and I thought he turned out outstanding. So that was Dave's variant cover for issue 1.
Yeah, I love the lamp. That's awesome. So creepy.
That character is Shredtooth.
Shredtooth.
That was such a fun story to work on because it's kind of like, it's just like two guys like hanging out, having a conversation, and then all of a sudden, as the reader, you realize that they're like way in over their head, and they're just like two guys, out on a fishing boat, and instead of Jaws, basically this guy comes up and eats them.
So I want to say one thing about that. So there's a gentleman that does a lot with toys on Twitter, Aaron Sparrow, and he just put up some mods of some Merman builds on Twitter. And he was talking about how he always wondered how Merman could be called an ocean warlord but not have an army. And we had the same thought years ago with this story. And so when Dave drew it, there's like an underwater evil army and an underwater good army. And there was just some throwaway script in there that described like an underwater war that Dennis had written. And Dave, in a few panels, very, very George Perez-esque, drew some pages that were just absolutely ridiculous of just all these weird modified underwater, like underwater diving bells, part squid, part fish, part whatever. And just these few panels, you're just kind of like, dude, like these are ocean warlords, right? They really got it going on. And I can try to WhatsApp that over to you, but it's just a little cumbersome to email it to myself and export to my phone and text. So I can't email them directly. CJ, is that not working for you tonight to do that, or I have to WhatsApp them?
It's just it's on my different system, so this is just faster because it's right here.
I feel like that's good incentive for people to track down that issue to get that.
Yes, get Lords of the Cosmos issue 1 in the Kickstarter.
Yeah,
see what I'm talking about.
I mean, that's the bones of it, man. That's the structure together.
So there's his Zemba cover for issue 2, and in that story, it's the first time we start seeing the villains in their weird world, and Zemba is trying to initiate new villains. And go ahead, Dave.
The Gimp Throne was like a concept that we like talked back and forth on, with fitting her character. Like what would that character be sitting on, in the height of her power? And it ended up being the Gimp Throne, man. I mean, that's
big fan of the Gimp Throne here.
So Stephanie, did you not have a Gimp Throne when you were at the show?
I was trying to build one, but unfortunately I could not find.
I mean,
not enough Gimps.
Good Gimp Throne moves you around the show. Like if you've got your Gimp Throne place, it moves you where you want to go. You just tell it where you want to go. The Gimp Throne gets you there, and you're just along for the ride.
That's funny. All right, so the next one we've got.
So that is Bug with a Shotgun, and that was the one that Dave was saying he really kind of liked the character. He's an underdog. So I'll give you my quick spin on it, and then Dave can give us his quick spin. Is that we've established there's some insect characters in this world, and the script presented them as low tech. So they're using spears and swords and daggers, and they live on a gigantic flying mother that is the size of a city, like a flying city. And they get attacked by Umex's mechanized kind of like, and Dave drew them as almost like Mad Max Road Warrior villains. And then one of the decides to pick up a modern weapon, and then he becomes the Bug with a shotgun, and it was really cool. Dave, what was your take on that story?
Yeah, I feel like it's. I mean, for me, I felt like, and I don't know if this is where you were going with it, with the origins of the story, but at some point in the history of the U.S., for example, the Europeans came over with modern weapons and were, decimating Native Americans. And at some point during that, a Native American picked up one of the rifles and fought back. And, I know that's probably not where you were going with that, but for me, it kind of harkened back to that time in history where, you have an indigenous people fighting against someone who's technologically more advanced. And at some point, something clicks in them. It's like, what if I just pick up one of their weapons from one of their fallen and fight back with that? And then, there you go. And then, changes the dynamic of the battle.
Dennis wrote this story, so we would have to ask him if that was his intent, but I always got a similar flavor out of that. So yes, I would agree with you on that. I got that flavor out of the story.
Oh, there.
It's Dennis' favorite character. Ages.
Yeah. So Dave did that for me, I think, as a gift years ago. He just was bored and drew it because that's his level of board drawing. And I was the only person that had seen it for years. And I was like, this kind of seems stupid to have this piece of art living in a folder on my laptop. And we have repurposed it. So it will be a Indiegogo only exclusive when we relaunch Lords 5 on Indiegogo in a couple months, because we're going to have a couple new wrinkles when it goes on Indiegogo. So Dave and then Koi Pham has a sketch cover that he did for a fan that asked us if we'd want to use it in the launch of the book. So just those two humble dudes, Koi Pham and Dave Newbold, will be leading the exclusives for Indiegogo at some point later this fall. Very exciting.
Nice. So Brendan, do you have a? Oh no, go ahead, David.
Is both Koi Pham and I met on an online forum years ago, called 10 Ton Studios. It had Riley Brown, Aaron Cooter, Koi Pham, Doug Hills, Jason Masters. Man, there were so many talented people on that small forum that came out of it. Jason Berruti, Steve Wilhite. All these guys are just fantastic, amazing artists. Jason Burnham was on there. I mean, all these guys were founding members of 10 Ton that we would post on this forum, like, once a week. We did a sketch challenge, and some of these guys just became like just monsters in the industry. I mean, I know Koi Pham, but like Riley Brown and Jason Burnham, just amazing artists. Chris Ring was on there.
Oh wow!
A fantastic lineup on that forum. That forum's probably been dead for like at least 5, maybe 10 years, but all those guys were all in the same place doing a weekly sketch challenge. And like those guys, some of those guys have just gone on to just become monsters in the industry, and it's really impressive to see.
I just sent a sketch cover that I did inspired by Dave's work in that story. If you want to throw that up, the Bug City.
Yeah, I got that. Let's see. And Brendan, I was going to ask you, is there another story that you're working on now for Lords of the Cosmos, since this one is now all wrapped up?
So I don't know how much Jason wants me to talk about it, but there are a couple more that I've scripted.
Yeah, feel free to talk about whatever you want. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we did one that's basically Aegis's origin story.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a 2-parter that is kind of goes back into the origins of the planet. And then there's a kind of a special issue that I did some like sort of framing story work on that I'm still working on. So that I think that's basically it for now.
Yeah, so I take offense to Aegis being boring, because once you read his origin story, he's going to be like 10% less boring, and he may be the most exciting guy in the book. So I'm going to say we're going to have to rumble with Dennis over that comment, because that is the feature story for Lords of the Cosmos 0, where Brendan and I explain why the hell these guys call themselves Lords of the Cosmos. And unlike many big budget Hollywood prequels that try to explain stuff, we actually do a good job. And that's all I'm going to say about it. The artwork is all done. It's in the can. It just needs lettered, and it will melt your face in issue 0.
Well, now when do you see issue 0 coming out? Is that the next one after issue 5? Oh,
I see issue 6, then issue 0, then back to issue 7.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I just had.
I think what's going to happen is issue 6, issue 0, and then issue 7, and then we'll see where we're at to kind of move to close the series out. Maybe a few more issues after that.
Can we scroll through the Kickstarter page again? Because I thought I saw an explicit photo.
Yes.
Oh yes, yes.
Of my girl Zemba. What is up with that?
Here, we'll show this first while I get down there.
You were saying that this is a very like PG story. Now all of a sudden,
well, it's just one cover. So the artist that did that, LC, he was like, he did it in clothes, and he's like, oh, I'll just do a nude version too. And I was like, okay. And then he tossed it out, and we had it. Like, well, okay, why not? I mean, he's just, yeah, here you go, it's done. So I was like, let's try it, see if anyone wants it. I did get a text from a fan today that said he was so excited we had an explicit cover for the first time ever. So it's just one cover, but I don't know. I just was curious to see if people wanted it. But
I mean, of course, people want it.
Yeah, they want it. Everybody wants Zemba.
Now, is she anatomically correct here than she is with the figure, or?
Is anatomically correct as LC Freitas wanted to make her. I think she might be a little exaggerated, for the.
So the toy is not full repretation.
Well, the toy is a little bit more, not as, she's a little more, Barbie-ish.
No, yeah, gotcha.
So she's here with me.
Artistic license, I think we call that.
Yeah.
Right.
LC has a very unique and consistent style. And, when he does a lot of work, he's in a lot of these indie comic circles. You kind of know an LC when you see it, but yeah, that's his MO. He does a lot of nude variants, and he was like, yeah, let's do a nude variant for you. And I'm like, okay. So that's the answer. Yeah.
So here's the other one that you sent me over.
Inspired by Dave Newbold. I did that for a sketch cover back 2 Kickstarters ago. I just thought you inspired me with your gigantic mother moth.
A lot of gigantic going on here. Nice. So Stephanie, are you going to help Jason on the next show when he starts up again?
Probably not, now that I'm down in New Orleans, and well, I just had a baby a few months ago, so it's going to be hard fitting in that corset again.
Gotcha. All right. So let's see. So has everybody else gone through the campaign yet? David and Brandon, have you guys seen everything that's been on here?
Have we played the video yet, CJ?
I played the video earlier, but I could definitely play it again. It's been a few millennia, so we'll play it again. This is the long one. Oh.
Lords of the Cosmos, unite! The critically acclaimed comic book series by Jason Lenox, Dennis Fallon, and Jason Palmatier returns with issue 5. Welcome back to Planet Aiden. a land where banished Greek gods, undead unicorns, cannibal cyborgs, and a vengeful dominatrix all wage war over a world run by a planet-sized machine. Lords of the Cosmos, Issue 5. Featuring 3 mind-bending stories on 44 pages in classic black and white. Heroes are summoned and villains betray one another, forming new dark alliances as the main storyline continues in Enemy of My Enemy. Archvillain Zemba's daily routine of decadence, torture, and sadism is turned upside down in A Day in the Life, when domination and introspection collide. During the First Cosmic War, a group of Lords of the Cosmos commandos go deep behind enemy lines to discover the disciples of Umex's latest plan. In Pulse, Part 1, inspired by 1980s favorites like Masters of the Universe, 2000 AD, and Heavy Metal Magazine. Lords of the Cosmos 5 features a variety of unique rewards, including variant covers from Koi Fall, L.C. Freitas, Caesar, and Ignacio Ragnarsson. See why Indie Comics Dispatch says Lords of the Cosmos pulls all the nostalgia strings while managing to also create something new and unique. And Behold the Geek says Lords of the Cosmos is an insane sci-fi fantasy comic that takes no prisoners. Back Lords of the Cosmos Issue 5, now on Kickstarter.
Who the hell narrated that?
So the who narrated it is a guy named Doug Stone, and we know Doug Stone because we know a cartoon from the 80s called Mask, and he was the voice actor of Matt Tracker on that show. And he's got about 300 million other anime credits. So he may be joining us from Los Angeles later in this launch party.
Well, that was before my time, but I am instantly in love.
Good job, Doug. So he's done a bunch of, you probably have heard him. He's done a ton of anime US dubs. I sent CJ his IMDb profile, and it's absurd. So you'll probably be like, oh my God, I have heard this guy. So thank you. We got a good voiceover person.
Well, he must have, the universe must have reached out to him because it looks like he just popped on.
Oh, speak of the devil.
So
Speak
if he's ready,
of the devil, let's let Doug Stone in to talk about voice acting and being a voiceover king.
See if he's here. Hey, welcome, Doug. Are you with us?
I am, although I don't like
There he
being
is.
referred to as the devil. I heard that young lady.
Oh my God, are you actually British or are you just doing one of your voices now?
No, I am British, and it is my natural way to speak like that. And I hope you will pardon me if I am not so understandable. No, I'm just having my fun, just playing about a bit. That's all.
So, Doug, what are some of your most well-known voiceover things you've done over the years? Because I think we probably would know a lot of them.
Well, there's the ones that I remember, which is an achievement in itself to remember anything at my age. But the ones that the fans tend to point to is a Psycho Mantis from Metal Gear Solid, which was kind of game breaking in a way in that he could control your controller. The game designers had it where a Psycho would address, he broke the fourth wall and would address the audience, the players, and then your controller, your keyboard would start to vibrate. So him, apparently some people, although I did very little with Power Rangers, at that point I was focused on other kinds of voice work. But I did do a few Beetleborg and Eye Guy and a few various characters on that. One of them, oddly enough, sounded a lot like Sean Connery, which was just us having a bit of a joke in studio, but they end up using it. So there you go, Power Rangers. Stick that in your craw and chew on it. So that one was, I guess, fairly well known. Characters from Kill la Kill and other anime. An early one that I did that got me to LA, being originally from Canada, was on a series called Mask, Mobile Armored Strike Command. In fact, that's what I'm wearing. This came from some fans. They do send you swag sometimes. I'm about to have a kitty on my lap, so if a tail suddenly appears, do not be stressed. You going to come up, sweetie?
Sure, we all have kitties that we would rather be petting right now.
Well, this one would rather be petted right now, so let me get her up here. Hiya, Minnow. Yeah. This is Minnow Minu. I guess she's off camera at this moment, but she was very desperate for some petting. And now she's going to groom her rear end while sitting on my lap. Very appealing. Thank you. She'd like you to tune into her OnlyFans page. Groom herself all day long for a cost. So in that series, this Mask cartoon, I did 8 characters. Eventually, it's 65 episodes of original animation. I started with 3 characters, the lead and 2 others, and then it grew from there. So that's another one that fans will point to. But I think you're better off going to the fan sites and where they are very adamant and forward about listing what characters they like best by the actors and what performances and whatnot. They know more than me about what I've done.
So I'd like to say just a little bit about Doug. I thought it was so cool when a mutual friend of ours, when I said I'd really like a real voice actor to do this, and my friend Joe was like, I know a guy, and he connected me with Doug. And I've always tried to make these books better and the projects better. And to have a voice actor of his caliber just associated with the project to me meant the world. And then I also had to step my game up and learn how to write a real script for an actual voice actor, which was probably one of the most challenging things I had to do. And I think I did pretty good with making sure he had pronunciation guides and trying to write things that were easy to say.
Well, you did do it where I had to read it in a mirror. That was kind of challenging.
Well, yeah, right. But I thought Doug did an amazing job. I'm hearing Stephanie's reaction to just like, I like that voice. Who is that? You mean it's like, okay, like that's what happens when you get actual, real talented voice actors to do voiceover stuff. So I'm just tickled pink to just have had Doug on the project. And, he's one of those guys that we try to have a strong 80s bent that, I loved Mask as a kid. So like I said, it just meant a lot to me that he would even, do a gig like this. So honored to have you on Lords of the Cosmos 5, Doug. It was really cool. And I hope we get a lot of mileage out of that voiceover. It's great.
Well, my pleasure. And as you had it wished or instructed when we were first doing that, tried to do it very 80s style. Kind of announcing.
Yeah.
So, but that's the fun of doing voiceover for me. The challenge is being challenged.
Sure.
Different things, and whether it be accents or characters, or you're suddenly in the studio and the script rolls by and you realize, oh, about a minute from now I have to cry. Oh, okay. Wish I'd known before. Yeah, I'll work that up, and then you shed tears, and it's all in your voice when you're reading the script or whatever. All those things are why you get into acting. That's all the joy of it is all those challenges to yourself. So, got a cat whisker just tickled the back of my leg.
So Doug, here's a voiceover question for you, because I love cartoons, and obviously you hear a ton of voice actors over the years. Who's your favorite voice actor that when you hear, like, you really like their work?
Well, I have to go back. I don't know if I can. I have to go back to like Mel Blanc and some of the earlier ones, though there certainly are some giants in the 80s when I was coming up, all of whose names completely fly out of my head at this point. So I'm going to stick with Mel Blanc. When I was growing up, when you're a kid, you get caught up in a cartoon and it becomes your reality because you have a great capacity for imagination as a child. That's the whole point of cartoons, is taking you into this whole other world. It never occurred to me that when I was watching those Warner Brother cartoons that it was one person doing all these voices. That was just Bugs Bunny's voice. That was Daffy Duck's voice. I was caught up in the magic like any child would. And I can remember the first time I saw a credit roll by, and it said vocal characterizations, I think that's how they worded it, by Mel Blanc. And at 7 years old, I kind of rolled that around in my head a bit. Wait a minute, does that mean one person did all those voices? And asked my dad and whatever, and he explained to me, yes, that means one person did all of them, whatever. So that he was my God. He was my God to me. Growing up, I just thought Mel Blanc was incredible, and I wasn't even picturing being in the business at that time. I was just an appreciator. But even now, having been in the business for over 40 years, I can still go back and listen to Warner Brother cartoons and go, "Oh, the master at work." Glory is worn off.
I just rewatched the Bugs Bunny clip about a week ago where he has two hillbillies. See you, Stephanie. You got to run.
Yeah, it's bedtime. Good
Thanks for
night.
joining us.
Good luck.
Good night. Thank you, Steph.
Thanks so much. Doug, I watched the episode, or just a clip. It was about 2 minutes where Bugs Bunny is kind of got Daisy Dukes makeup, and he's got like two hillbillies.
I think I actually know the one you're talking about.
And he's like, dance, and then he takes over the jukebox and he starts singing the song, and he's like, hit your partner in the face, and it just goes to this like crazy thing where it's like incredibly violent, but he's just singing along, and you don't appreciate how much a super talent like Mel Blanc brought to that. And I hadn't seen it in years. I don't know why I thought of it. I just looked it up on YouTube, and I was just like, this is so good. The animation's so fluid. Bugs Bunny's so well characterized. But you're right. Mel Blanc, it just starts doing that singing, and it just works. And it really is. It's just funny you bring him up, because it's just some of these people that they're getting further back in time, we can forget about them. But then you watch those clips and you're like, geez, and again, from the animation to the painted backgrounds to the creativity, to the slapstick, but that voice, it all brought it together. But that, to me, that's an amazing example of Mel Blanc, is that hillbilly scene, hillbilly cross-dressing with Bugs
He
Bunny.
invested it so much in those characters. It felt like he was truly acting. He was. I don't know if you've heard this story, and I think it's true. Mr. Blanc was in a terrible car accident at one point in his life, and was actually in a coma in hospital. His family was coming to visit him. They could not get a response, or the LA air. That's why I'm wiping my nose. Our air quality here is not the best. They could not get a response from him at all. And a doctor walked up to him and said, "Bugs?" And as he's lying there, "What's up, doc?" came out of his mouth. While he was semi-comatose and out of it. That was how they partially began to get him out of this coma, was by addressing him as his Warner Brothers characters. That's the story I've heard. And I've heard it from several sources, so it may well be true. But quite a guy, and an amazing guy. Bob Bergen, who does, I guess it's Porky Pig, I get confused as, the voice, just now voice actors doing all the old roles that Mel Blanc did. He called Mel Blanc, Steve, as a child, and just began to talk to him, Bob did. And just, got his number out of the phone book or something and said, "I'm 12 years old and I want to be a voice actor." And Mr. Blanc spoke to him and asked him, "Well, what do you do?" And and gave him some advice. Said, "Well, this is what you do when you do this voice." And he actually nurtured him over the phone. So Bob tells the story all the time about his interactions with, he had several with Mel Blanc, and his generosity. Quite incredible.
No, and it is amazing. And one of the themes of tonight's talk is, I've been, talking about some of the people that have helped me and on this project and just creatively. And I think it's, if you think about people that are bigger than life, like Mel Blanc, because he really is bigger than life, is that they live on in two ways. One, through the actual product that they created, right? Like the cross-dressing hillbilly hay baler episode of Bugs Bunny. but also those interactions that they live on through those, that they spent time to kind of give a little bit of that gift to a younger person, and then they take it, and then they kind of live on. They live on through, you know, even you sharing that with us tonight, which is awesome. But those stories to me are really, you know, it's so cool to hear about creatives doing that for each other and just sharing that, and then they live on well beyond even their own work, which is really
I
amazing.
absolutely believe in that in our business. And now that James Earl Jones has passed, I'm hearing from a lot of friends in the business about interactions they had with him and his enormous kindness to them and kind things that he said to them and encouragement he gave people, and et cetera, et cetera. I do believe it's a truism in all businesses and in all things. And if I can now promote a little cat thing, which
promote your cat thing, do it.
You participated in. I do believe in the ripple effect that we have. And I do believe that if you are blessed enough, and I've been so fortunate to make a living in something I'm passionate about and have fun doing, I also sit on the board and have volunteered for 12 years at a no-kill cat shelter. My cats are rescues. That's all I adopt is rescues. And as such, I do a voiceover fundraiser, which you were kind enough to make a donation to last year. And the Kitty Bungalow Make Their Voice Purred auction, which will be on Galabid. And I'm doing another one this year. I haven't got the link up yet, but if you look for it towards the end of the month, September 29th, or 28th rather, on Galabid, if you look for Kitty Bungalow, there'll be stuff from Bob Bergen, from Steve Bloom, from Barbara Goodson, from tons of actors that you know, from anime, games, et cetera, and original animation. All of them have donated Funko Pops, signed pictures, et cetera. All of these will be auctioned, and all the money, 100%, goes to our no-kill nonprofit. It's a registered nonprofit shelter to help animals, to save the lives of cats. So when you get any kind of renown, even my low amount as a voiceover actor, I'm certainly not a star, but you can do good. You have the power to do things beyond just earning a living.
So real quick, Dave has to leave. Dave, thanks for joining us tonight. It was a blast.
Thank you, Dave.
Thanks a lot for having me, guys.
Yeah, man. Thanks.
Anytime.
And I would say, you know, my wife is heavily involved with our local pet shelter, Paws, which is another wonderful no-kill shelter here in central Pennsylvania. So I know for the Lenox household, we love our cats. We adopted two. Our cat that we adopted years ago passed away last fall. It was very hard. Everyone was very sad. And I think Crystal was the saddest of them all. So we replaced one cat with two cats. So we now have two cats. So we have two black cats. They didn't want to be in tonight's video, so they're somewhere else in our house. But I think anyone that does stuff for animals is awesome. So Doug, all I would ask you is when you have links for what you're doing this fall, let me know, and I will be happy to participate again and promote it, because you know, animals are so innocent and loving, and anything we can do for them, it's one of the best things you can do is to help animals, especially cats, because they're so cool, right? I love cats.
They are pretty cool. I like dogs too, but she's gazing up at me going, I've won you, haven't I?
Yeah, but Doug, definitely just shoot that. You know, I'll be happy to put it out to the backers of the campaign, and always time to help out people doing volunteer work for animals. So that's awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, I will. Yeah, we're the ones that put the dogs and the cats in that position. We took these wild animals and domesticated them, and then we abandoned them on the streets. It's just inhumane, or we destroy their habitats, the bigger animals, the elephants, and the other creatures that also need human intervention and help from us. So yeah, I truly believe we're doing the right thing whenever we reach out and attempt to help them in their innocence and their inability to survive sometimes in the world that we've created, the human species has created.
Right
on. Her name, by the way, she was a kitten. She was a teeny gray little thing, so I called her Minnow. And I was telling a French actress friend of mine, I've gotten a new cat. Her name is Minnow. And she went, Minou? How did you know that in France we call a kitten Minou? Minou apparently is a nickname for cats in France. So she's Minnow, Minu now, of course. Couldn't resist. So she's got two names, don't you? Yes. Now 5 years old, no longer a kitten.
So, Doug, one other big voiceover question. What's your next big voiceover thing you've got coming? If you're allowed to tell us, it could be secret. I don't know. But
No, nothing secret. By the way, Frank Welker. I was trying to think of his name earlier when you said more modern.
Yes.
Frank Welker. Ooh, man, brilliant. And I haven't met him, but everybody who has tells me also a very nice guy from everything I've heard. But yeah, amazing voice actor. I don't really have anything huge going on. It's kind of business as usual for me right now. Because I voice it's not just anime or games. I do a lot of dubbing of live action movies for Netflix and Hallmark and Disney, et cetera, et cetera. I voice radio commercials. I do looping work. Just worked on voices for a film called Queen of the Ring about one of the first female professional wrestlers. And that'll be out soon. Looping is when you provide voices for TV shows and films. And I've done about 1,000 different episodes or films over the years. Yeah. My own group did all the voices for the Hercules and Xena TV shows in the 90s into the early 2000s. The only people who speak in a TV drama are the stars. Every other voice you hear is a small group of actors. Changing our voices, redubbing. If an extra is going behind the principal, I've got to look at that mouth and go, is that a plosive? Is that a frigative? What could they possibly be saying that would fit that mouth? I used to write those kinds of scripts when I was a dubbing director. But when you're looping, you're providing the voices and filling all that in. You're the crowds, you're the police station, you're everything and all things. So that's kind of the latest sort of fun thing. I hadn't been doing a lot of that lately, but this Queen of the Ring film will be coming out. And I'll be a couple of the announcers at fights as well as crowds and different people in that. So it's kind of business as usual for me, but nothing massive. I'm at a point in my career where I'm not looking for huge challenges. I'm going to be 74 in December. I'm happy that I'm just still getting calls. I don't operate with an agent. I operate on my reputation. So most of the work I get, I simply get cast in. Sometimes I have to audition, and that's fine. But generally speaking, I'm just kind of floating on the rep right now. And I don't need to work every day of the week anymore. I'm happy to work a couple of gigs a month. And at my age, I think that's great that I still can. That's
good for you.
Kind of it.
Yeah, good. That's awesome to hear.
Thank you.
No,
Do you do a lot of...
Go ahead, CJ. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to ask, do you have to do a lot of the stuff from home, or do you have to travel into a studio?
It was always in studio at one point. It started to get a little bit more where you could, like I was doing commercials for a client in Florida, and they didn't want to pay for studio time here. And I do have a professional setup with soundproofing here. So I was doing all these radio commercials from here. When COVID hit, big time, I was glad that I had a home studio set up, because suddenly everything became recorded from home. You just couldn't get into studios. That's loosening up now. Although I'm still very cautious about COVID. I mask when I go into studios until I'm alone in the booth, and then mask when I'm leaving again. Had it once, and at my age, once is enough. Even with all the shots, I got it. But generally speaking, I have an audition tomorrow. I auditioned for somebody, and they said the client wants to hear you. We're not going to make you drive in for that, and I wouldn't have done it anyway. Doesn't pay enough to make it worth that. In my spoiled mind at this age. So we'll do it online. They'll just send me a link, and I'll get my mic set up, my headset, and put up my soundproofing, and I'll audition from home. But if I get the gig, the recording will be done in studio. So it's less and less for me, less and less at home recording as the COVID stuff dies down. But for a couple of years, that was.
Well, I was going to say too, because you can't afford to get, obviously for your health to get COVID, but that's, that take out your voice as well and work for.
It take out your voice and work, but it's more the long-term effects that that
Right. Yeah, of course.
terrify me at my age. I mean, to get it at 20, it would be more maybe an economic hardship. But it took me 3 or 4 weeks to get over it, where it might ordinarily take someone less time. I have underlying health autoimmune issues. So when I get hit with that kind of stuff, it hits me hard.
Of course.
It's more the health fear, caution in my case.
Sure. Well, one thing, it's cute. My younger son, I'll never forget this. When he was like 5, he's 9
Oh,
now.
Jason, before you start that, Jason, we got another one.
Awesome. All right.
45 backers.
I like it. I love seeing those backers. Great first day. My younger son, when he was like 5, he said something to me. I'm paraphrasing. He goes, "Well, Dad," I told him to look out. He goes, "Well, Dad, I'm a kid. Kids can't get hurt and we can't die." He goes, "What do I have to look out for anything for?"
Oh, wow.
So there is a level of respecting your health and your body. Maybe if you're 5, you think you could get, set on fire, shot with a gun, hit by a car, and just be like, "I'm good."
Jump off the garage with a towel around your neck. You're Superman. Yeah.
Sure. And so again, taking care of yourself is sometimes the smartest thing you can do. I'll relate one real quick story. I had a very good friend that had worked for Marvel for many years as a letterer, Ken, and you probably remember him, Brendan, from the old Nittany Cons. And Ken was an old school comic book guy, and he had a heart attack and fell down at his house. And I'll never forget, I went to go visit him at the Altoona Hospital in Western Pennsylvania, and he was full of piss and vinegar. And I said, "Man, why don't you take a break and take care of yourself?" Because he wanted to have a little one-day fun day convention at a local hotel. And he got pissed. He goes, "Don't you effing tell me what to do. You're not my father, Jason." I was like, "Dude," I'm like, "You're an older guy. All I'm saying is maybe take it easy for yourself. I'm just looking out for you." And he got angry and he's like, "Get out," and he called me later, kind of apologetic. It was the last time we spoke. And I think one of the doctors spoke to him and was like, "Dude, you are treading, like you are right there on the edge of life and death." And he was kind of apologetic about, I really do have to take care of myself. I have to get some major surgery. Well, the sad end of the story is that he had to get massive surgery. Shortly after that, he didn't make it. It was very sad, but I was glad that we got to have like a positive talk after he got so angry at me. And it made me feel bad because it's like, please take care of yourself. You obviously have some health issues and you're older. And I'll never forget that. He goes, "Don't you tell me what to do." It's like,
I don't buy that. I mean, I get told that by younger people who care about me, and I appreciate it. And I don't want my tombstone to say "died of stupidity." It's going to say "died of something," but I don't want it to say "died because he was stubborn and stupid."
Right.
So I do. I mean, I can't. I had a very adventurous I left school at 16. I hitchhiked across the states and Canada. I slept outdoors in my sleeping bag. I had a crazy younger life and took all kinds of chances. But I bounced back from it all. Injuries and I got cut up in a machine when I was furniture maker and candle maker. I was a long-haired hippie. Adventure all. Oh, I can show you photos, man. I mean, hair to here, out to here, just a big. I look like I was, playing guitar for the Grateful Dead. But as you get older, that has to change. You have to change. You have to adjust and be a realist and say, what can I do now? What can I be now? At the shelter for a while there, my nickname was Uncle Doug. Not terrorizing Doug, not everybody wants to date him, Doug. I'm an older guy. I'm Uncle Doug now. I bring treats for the young volunteers, whatever. What I'm trying to say is you have to accept the pathway of life as it changes and alters, and not fight against it, but rather adjust it and adapt and find new ways of having fun and being valuable or whatever that suit your capabilities. And I'm sure he was a wonderful man, but I don't get why he'd be mad for just some loving caution, because
he was stubborn.
Yeah.
That's the best thing. Best way to say it. He was stubborn. He was like an old mule, man. He didn't want to hear that,
Yeah. Well, stubbornness, can help you certainly in some instances, but there's, you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, as they say.
Yeah, and Brendan, I think Brendan knows who I'm talking about. If you remember Ken, he was stubborn. He just
yeah, I remember him. Definitely.
Yeah, he just he was yeah.
I was in hospital 2 months ago or so for a week with a UTI, a urinary tract infection. So I was hospitalized, for that. So that I get hospitalized as I get older. Things happen more and more of those times. Got out of it all okay. I recognized what was happening, got in there quickly. But I feel I'd be foolish to deny the fact that my body is weaker than it was, that I don't have the endurance I had, et cetera, et cetera. This is why the whole Charlize Theron romance is probably not going to happen. Well, the truth is, guys, I'll confide you, we're not even on speaking terms, Charlize.
I love it.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Love it. Sorry.
In fact, it's so bad we never have. It's that bad. It's so bad, our relationship, that we've never even met. That's how bad our relationship is. But at this age, I'm learning to accept it and move on.
I love it. Well, we didn't invite her on. We invited you. She wanted to be on. We just said no. No, Charlize. Charlize Theron, you're not invited to this launch party. She's not here.
That's right. Thank you.
It worked.
See, guys got to back each other up. Like the ladies back each other up. The guys got to back each other up too in this romance stuff. So yeah, I hope she can get over it the way she's younger than me. I hope she's got the maturity to get past this and move on. I don't, I wish her happiness, but it's just not going to happen. I'm sorry.
That's great.
This is my official announcement.
So, Doug, I wanted to ask you, out of all your previous work, is there one particular character that stands out to you? That if somebody called tomorrow and said, "Hey, we want you back for this particular part that you played once or twice or carried on."
Actually, there's a lot that I'd be happy to go back to, but I can't say that there's one in particular. There's a character I did in something that's not really well known. It was an animated film done in 3D. It had a short release here in the States and a big release in Europe, and did quite well there. This company was European based, but they would use an American writer for their shows and then American talent. It was called Thunder and the House of Magic. Sometimes just called The House of Magic, and sometimes you can catch it on YouTube for free, or I guess you can pay for it if you belong. And in that particular show, just coincidentally, it was a few years after I'd started at Kitty Bungalow, that's the name of this shelter. I got cast as this benevolent older gentleman who was a magician who had a huge castle he lived in. He had been very successful. Lawrence, and he was from Boston, and he was retired. And he had all these magical creations in his home, and they could speak. Oh, yes. He was the most loving, kind, sweetest character I've ever played in my life. And all his inventions came to life only when he was around, of course. Anybody else came in the house, they would just be little robots and toys. But when he was home, he'd interact with them all. And what happens, but somebody abandons a kitten on the street, it finds its way into my home. The other toys don't want it to be there. They're jealous of the attention. But I pick them up and I say, "It's a kitten. What shall we call him?" Suddenly there's a storm out. Thunder. We'll call him Thunder. So it goes, and we have all these adventures. I get in terrible, dire straits from the villain. And who saves the day? I'll let you guess. Who saves the day in this film? I'll just say, Thunder, and let you guess from there. The kitty's kind of the hero of it in a sense. So it was right after I started volunteering, whatever, and I fell in love with it. And he was such a kind character. And I'm into storytelling with children. When I first got to LA, that was something I used to volunteer doing. SAG had a school reading program, and I love reading to kids and that kind of thing. And so this character just fell in my wheelhouse. And every time I was at the mic, all I could do was I'd imagine a group of children in front of me that I loved and that were like fascinated by what was going on. And I pretend I was speaking to them. anytime I'm doing anything for children, I'll always envision children in the room with me, like listening to every word. So everything I say has to be filled with love and has to have energy and has to keep them enticed and interested. So anyway, that film, Thunder in the House of Magic, is very dear to my heart. And I'd love to go back and play Lawrence again. In fact, I may, because work is slowing down. I'm talking with I have a young lady she's like 40 or in her late 30s, whom I'm probably going to be adopting. She's like my surrogate daughter. We've known each other for 10, 12 years, and she calls me dad and whatnot. And we're going to set up on YouTube what I think this year or early next year, Uncle Doug's Story Time. It'll be free. I'm hoping to get it into shelters where mothers with their children have had to flee abusive situations and whatnot. I want to make contact with them so that I can use some of, this is going out to Timmy at the so-and-so shelter. This is going out to Susie and da-da-da. So I can actually name them, first name only.
That's awesome.
And then just tell stories with funny voices, And Ginny, who also does voice acting, would help me. And I've got some puppets and stuff. So she might come in with a little puppet who'll help with the story or whatever. And she'll help me with the technical aspect. And that's what I'm hoping to launch certainly by the beginning of next year for free, just for the love of it, just for the joy of it, for sending out ripples for future generations that they may not remember that Uncle Doug read them a story, but maybe they'll have a warm feeling of a story that they had at some point that lifted their spirits after traumatic situations in their life or whatever. So I still have plans for things, but they're not monetary at this point. It's more operating out for the love of it all, like with Kitty Bungalow and everything. It's just for the joy, just for the fun.
Sure.
I meet wonderful.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, thank you. I think it'll be fun.
Yeah, no, Doug. I mean, I had no idea we were going to be this inspired in our Lords of the Cosmos launch party, but that's awesome. I mean, just on top of all the stuff you're doing with animals and cats, especially. No, that's awesome, man. Good for you.
Well, thank you. Well, I'm transitioning. There is less work. I don't really care if there's a little bit less work. That's fine. And so I have more time in my hands. Why not? I'm not a partier. I don't want to go to Hollywood parties and do coke or, like I'm not into that was offered to me when I first got to LA in the 80s, man. That scene was there. And I used to do comedy improv. And I was meeting people in that world and I getting invited to that Hollywood scene. And it was like zero interest. That is not what I'm here for at all. So my life has gone a different direction, creativity without maybe just a little bit more wholesome. But anyway, that's where I'm transitioning to as I get older. I want to do more and more charitable things and more beneficial things. I hope that the work I've done has a ripple effect. Like people still, I get approached by adults who watch this show. And because the star of it was a single dad raising a kid, Matt Tracker and his son, I get guys in their 40s coming up to me. Some of them are veterans. They've served in Afghanistan and elsewhere. And they say, you were like a dad. Your cartoon figure was like a dad figure to me. Because I was in a broken home.
I have a thought about that. So I was thinking about you coming on today and kind of thinking about, my thoughts about you as a professional. And I started thinking about where cartoons are, because I'm deep into cartoons, like where cartoons are today and where they used to be. Cartoons today are different. They're not what they were. But the one thing about the 80s cartoons, and you didn't really maybe realize it at the time, was that there was a tremendous amount of father and mother figures in those cartoons. I recently saw a video clip of a cartoon that I loved as a kid called Bionic 6. I saw like the intro to it, which is probably one of my favorite cartoon intros of all time. And now you're going to tell me you were the dad in Bionic 6, right? But a lot of those cartoons, I mean, whether it was Optimus Prime, or Matt Tracker, or Duke from G.I. Joe, there was a lot of characters that kind of filled that like father, the voice and like how the characters were written and animated and what they did.
Yeah.
And I often think back to hearing about people how upset they were when Optimus Prime got shot in the '86 movie. It's because Frank Welker and that was Frank Welker. And that character, he was like a dad to the after school syndicated generation. I mean, like, as were you as Matt Tracker. So there were so many of these like dad types. And I was thinking about that the other, yesterday and today, thinking about you coming on is, you were one of those guys that was like that voice. So it's not surprising to me at all what you just said, because those characters, because Matt on the show, he had a kid and the kid had a robot. And if I remember correctly, the mother had died. So, Matt was a single dad, and there was a shit ton of episodes of that show where, he's the dad and he's leading the group and he's got to be a dad and he's got to be the whatever. But, a big part of those characters were people like you to give them the warm, rich, caring voices that made kids feel comforted by hearing those characters. Now we've got Rick and Morty, right? So Rick, I don't know, is as much of a father figure as some of those 80s classics, right? But times change. But no, it's a big compliment to yourself and a lot of those peers and contemporaries of yours from that era that did a lot of those syndicated shows that had a ton of episodes that you could just watch for years every day. So no doubt.
We ended up, I think, doing 75 of them.
Guys, excuse me, guys. Before we get in, Brendan says he has to take off. So
okay.
I just want to say thank you so much, Brendan, for joining us
Thanks for having me.
Brendan, appreciate you coming on, man. Thanks so much for all you've done for Lords of the Cosmos, and we'll keep doing more awesome stuff, dude. Thanks so much.
Definitely.
Is there anything you want to promote, Brendan, before you go?
I actually don't really have anything other than the Lords of the Cosmos. I had to slow some stuff down this year. So other than this one, nothing at the moment.
Okay. Well, you're welcome back anytime, and I really appreciate you coming out tonight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, Brendan.
Thank you. And we got another one, 46 backers.
Closing in on 3,000. I like it. I like hearing that Austin Powers. Yeah, baby. Yeah.
Yeah, baby. Another Canadian there. Mike Myers.
So I'm sorry, you were saying, Doug, before I cut you off there.
Oh, I don't think I was mid-sentence. I don't think I was.
Oh, okay.
But what you're saying about the dads, absolutely. That was also when I had 8 characters. Sometimes they spoke to each other. So you change body stance, you change a lot of things physically and attitude-wise and emotionally to help you differentiate from the characters. I heard, and I don't know if it's true, that sometimes Mel Blanc actually had a carrot in his hand or whatever. Like if you're supposed to be smoking a cigarette, it helps to have a pen that you put in your mouth while you're working or whatever to actualize things as much as possible. With Matt Tracker, I did the same thing. Like when I do story times for kids, I actually would picture a little boy in front of me, like Scott. I'd picture a loving kid in front of me and just try to bring as much love into my heart as Matt was speaking as I could, because I felt like this will translate. It'll be in the undertone of the way I'm speaking to Scott, and hopefully the audience members, the kids watching, will feel it and pick up on it. But I was still that was my first original animated series, so I didn't know if it would work. I hoped it would. It was all I could think of because it's acting. That's what I'd studied was stage acting and on-camera acting. So I brought that to it. So it was very gratifying to hear all these years later that it had worked. And that these adult people coming up to me said, I felt like you were talking to me. I wished I was Scott. You had such love in your voice when you spoke. It did come across. It did work. Great. So yeah, it's a very moving and humbling thing to have people come up to you and say, that was important to me. I was coming home to an empty house. I was a key latch kid. My dad had left us. My mom was raising us alone. And you were kind of like a dad figure to me in that cartoon when I was 6 years old. I used to wish that I had a Matt Tracker dad or whatever. I mean, man, that moves you when it's, it's coming from an adult guy standing in front of you. It's very moving. And some of them are telling me, oh, now I've introduced this series to my kid, and we're watching them all through, and we're watching them all together. So it's become like a family thing for them. Again, that's very moving.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, to feel like you've made some kind of impact.
Before, it looks like Brent is correcting you, Jay. Said Peter Cullen was Optimus and Walker was Megatron.
Oh man, my bad. Brent, you are correct.
Fact checking us tonight.
Well, he did fact check me, and I got my robot leaders confused. But
oh boy, you're in big trouble.
And we also
was Michael Bell.
Well, we also got. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Was Michael Bell in that as well? Was that his series? He's a cartoon voice guy who goes way back, and I think he was G.I. Joe, and I wasn't sure if he was one of those.
Let me take a look. Mike Bell?
Michael, he goes by.
All right, hold on. I'm going to take a look.
And Jason, we also have Mick the Nerd is joining us now.
Oh my God, let Mick the Nerd in. I love Mick the Nerd.
You want? Okay, we're bringing in Mick the Nerd.
Yep.
Welcome, Mick.
Yo,
welcome to the show.
Yeah, glad I came in at the right moment. Yes, Mike Bell was in Transformers. He was Prowl. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And he was pissed the hell off when they killed him off in the Transformers movie.
He's the guy of that group that I do know. I know Michael because I've met him at a convention, and he's also a big animal advocate, as is his daughter. So he's been very kind to being supportive of Kitty Bungalow and the work that I do there, and made a few donations and whatnot.
The voice actor that I think I love the most from G.I. Joe and Transformers, and Mick, I'm sure you'll know the exact name. I believe is Chris LaMotta, the gentleman that was Starscream and Cobra Commander.
I think it was Chris Latta. I'm not sure if that's his real name or a stage name, but yeah, I loved him.
He had that weird gravelly voice, and I think unfortunately he died at a very young age. I don't know why.
He was a party animal. He was mostly a party animal. Like the cast of Transformers would bail him out of jail, so that was probably part of it.
Yeah.
He was also the first voice of Mr. Burns.
Really?
Was he? Wow.
Oh, no kidding.
So let me introduce Mick the Nerd, CJ. So Mick the Nerd is someone that I had heard on Howard Stern, and they interviewed him at a comic convention, and I thought he was one of the funniest things I'd ever heard as a many-year listener of Howard Stern. And I forget how it happened, but he was doing something or other, and I reached out to him, and we ended up hanging out at some comic book shows, and I did a variant cover for his book. And I found Mick to be incredibly funny, but he is also an incredibly delightful human being. He even visited State College once and hung out with us and spent a day talking to my kids, who asked him a million questions. And he has the patience of Solomon and answered every one of their annoying little kid questions incredibly seriously, like he's answering our questions now.
Yeah, he didn't tell the truth, but he did answer them.
Yeah, and Mick has an encyclopedic knowledge of geeky things. So when we're throwing out these things about who these people are and names, like Mick knows. Like his knowledge is high on information. So, like he knew.
Referred to as like a black hole mind at times.
Yeah.
Can I do a test? Are you familiar with the cartoon Wisdom of the Gnomes? I'm finding some really obscure ones here for you.
That one I'm not sure of. What is that? An anime?
It was dubbed anime. Yeah, late 80s. Before I think they'd even coined the word anime. Yeah. I just thought I'd throw some old stuff out at you.
Some advanced knowledge there, Mick. I like it.
Prove to you how old I am.
But no, Mick is just a delightful human being, and I always love to see Mick. So Mick used to hang out at shows with myself and Stephanie. And Mick, I don't know if you heard earlier, but our friend Mike, he and his wife just had a baby today on the 10th.
Ah, that's lovely. Yeah.
Yep. So Mike, baby today. He's a new dad. Congratulations, Mike Liberati. You are a dad. So. But anyway, Mick, how are you doing?
Doing good. Finally got my driver's license. Just it made delivery a lot easier. It's like it just means I won't be biking in Philadelphia as much, which is better definitely in the long term because that city is a hell in a handbasket. Let me tell you. Guess how many times I've been punched in the face in Philadelphia for no reason.
Well, I'll tell you, I just saw in the news, and I'm not a hockey fan, and some of my hockey friends had to get me updated. There was a pretty high-profile death of an NHL player and his brother riding a bicycle.
Johnny Gaudreau and his brother Matthew.
Yeah.
I am a hockey person, so.
Yeah, so I'm glad you're not on bikes, man. That I don't follow hockey, so my friend had to explain to me what a big deal this was, and then I read a little bit about it, and it was obviously Doug knows more than me about it. But it was awful.
Part of the tragedy, he's famous and everything, but he's also he was a dad, a very loving father of 2 young children, who's left his wife and his children. So it's
at
very
his sister's
tragic.
wedding. Like they were there for his sister's
Day
wedding.
before his sister's wedding, he and his brother went bicycling, and a drunk driver killed them. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm glad you're off your bike, Mick, because we don't want to have a Mick the Nerd bike accident. I always get concerned seeing people riding on the roads near me. It always seems like they're right next to the cars. So,
yeah, and like in Philadelphia, if no one understands bike laws in that damn city. It's like they think if there's no like bike lane in like a part of the city that you're just not allowed to bike, and then they will just honk and yell at you, and it's crazy over there. It's crazy.
What's
Absolute
up, CJ?
madness.
You were trying to say something. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say Clownfish just came in and said, good luck, dude. We'll make it work another time. So then we're not going to be able to join us tonight.
Okay.
But thank you for letting us know and stopping by.
Tom and Cambria, best wishes to you. Sorry you couldn't make it, and thanks for checking in. So, Mick, have you seen the campaign yet for the book? Have you checked it out?
I saw the campaign. Yeah, just I knew about it. Yeah, like you messaged me. Yeah, I will donate when I get the chance. Yeah,
sure.
Yeah,
no worries.
100%. Yeah. Lords of the Cosmos, love it. Yeah, I have all of them like around here. It's like in some sort of sleeve everywhere. It's like my organization skills with books that I own is not the best, probably.
So, Mick, while we still have Doug here before he has to go, are there any voiceover animation questions you want to ask him while we've got him here?
Yeah, because I am gone in a couple of minutes here, so fire away. Hopefully,
fire away, Mick.
Doug, I'm gonna feel like a heel for asking this. What were you from? Or wait, what? Like, Doug.
What cartoons you mean?
Yeah.
If we're including anime and everything else, lots. Starting with Mobile Armored Strike Command in 1985-6, Mask. I was 8 characters in that. I was Psycho Mantis in Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah.
Lots of. I mean, it's easier to go to the IMDb and look because I
Yeah.
won't remember all the titles, but quite a bit over the years. The IMDb has about. They have some of them under crew, and I don't know why. Some of them but there's about 400 credits there, and then that's only because the IMDb and Wikipedia only know the ones that you got credited for, and there are a lot of shows you do that, particularly in anime, where you don't get credited. Even some live or original animation ones, but a lot of stuff of Power Rangers and Naruto. Most of the big titles I had one little role or another in, if not a bigger role.
Mick, do you have any other questions besides that?
So like Mask, like you were in Mask, and like I got like probably the closest thing to a legit question I can ask you. What do you think's the weirdest vehicle in that series? Because there's a lot of weird ones.
There you go, Mick. I knew you had
That's a good one.
Yeah, and I wish you were asking the right guy because I don't know all the vehicles. I got in mine, which I think was Thunderhawk, and everybody was responsible for their own vehicle. I expected them all to behave like adults, maintain their vehicles, and be ready to fight crime at a drop of a hat. Because we only had 22 minutes If you're going to have vehicle problems where somebody was out of gas or their windshield wiper fluid was low, we weren't going to stop Miles' mayhem. So everybody was responsible for their own. I think Miles might have had a weird one. I think it was the one that converted to a helicopter.
It was a helicopter that turned into a plane, which was kind
of
weird.
Okay,
Yeah.
that one always struck me kind of
Right.
odd. But my focus was on the characters, and everything else. And we didn't even see the toys at first. I was shocked when I realized, oh my goodness, look at that, how huge the toy line is. And it took years before I had any. I now have a couple of figurines, and I have a couple of a walkie-talkie set and a mask board game up in the office here, and a couple of other little items of different cartoons. I'm pointing at a wall that you can't see. I don't know why.
You got a great face for radio.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Lilo and Stitch. I forgot I was in Lilo and Stitch, but now that I look at the wall, I can remember that. Different things. Dog Tanyan and other shows. The Adventures of Dynamo Duck. It was a Fox interstitial that the gentleman whose last name I can never pronounce on The Simpsons played Dynamo Duck, and we wrote the scripts for all the other characters. Castellaneta, if I get his last name correct.
Yeah.
Here's a little trivia.
Brent says Psycho Mantis was an awesome character.
Oh,
you seem to enjoy that.
Thank you. We just had a convention here for Metal Gear Solid in July, which was really well attended. The second one I've done here, actually run by fans, which is really cool. Hank Azaria, who's one of the guys in The Simpsons, was in my improv classes when he first came to LA. I used to teach because I used to make my living doing stage comedy and on camera work as well as voice work, and then the voice work kind of took over. And Hank joined our improv comedy group, one of the groups I was in, and we performed wrote a show and performed it here in LA. And he was with us, and he said to me, "Doug, I'm being approached by some people about a cartoon series. I don't even have a voiceover agent, tell me, so I told him, a few things that I knew, and I thought, wow, that's wild, only to find out later it was for The Simpsons. He was it was the Tracy Ullman, thing was going on. They said, we're going to expand. Right. We need other voices. And he was enormously talented. He would do voices on stage and do imitations stuff. And we're sitting at Cantor's Restaurant, kind of a famous deli here, Showbiz Deli, the cast after a show. And I go, where's Hank? He's not at the table. Oh, he's over the other table talking to some other people. And he comes over and says, I think they're going to hire me. It's a show called The Simpsons. Looks like I got it. Wow, it's exciting. $25 million later, bye, Hank.
So I'm going to say what my last Doug thought, because I don't want to let Doug leave before I say this to him. We always talk about, what do you want to do and where's all this going to go? And my hope and dream one day is for Lords of the Cosmos that it becomes an animated series. That would be my dream. If it happens, great. If it doesn't, that's cool too. So if it does, I'm going to make sure that if they say, Jason, you're now an executive showrunner, because what a great idea. I'll say, can we work Doug? Can we be credit 479 and he could be one of the characters? I will show you this. I did have an artist do some of the characters as anime.
Right. I don't want to voice her. I want to date her. But yeah.
Right. But we'll have other characters. But again, this was kind of a stepping stone to have some anime merch of the characters.
Yeah.
So it just kind of gets my wheels going. Don't know if it'll happen. Probably not. But if it does, let's hope we can get Doug Stone as a character voice on Lords of the Cosmos, the cartoon. Let's just hope. Yes. Right?
I would appreciate it. I'd be happy to be an old whippersnapper, whoever you need. Whatever.
We'll find a role. We'll make a character up just for Doug. I love it.
Right. Lovely. I'll be your British character if you prefer. It's all very fine with me. They keep threatening to make a Mask, by the way, a live action thing. Keep hearing all these rumors. And what I'm trying to get in touch with people and say, look, I'm too old to ever be Matt Tracker, but I would love to do a Stan Lee appearance in a Mask movie. Whereas the new Matt Tracker, 6'8", blonde hair, blue eyes, goes running by chasing the bad guys. I'm at a coffee table with some of the other old cast members having a tea going, look at them.
Well, what if Charlize Theron is in the movie and says, Doug, he dogged me on the live launch party for Lords of the Cosmos. He's out. Get him out of this movie, right? See, you're burning bridges, Doug.
Yeah. Am I spreading myself too thin? Can't do both.
Yeah, you might have burned that, and she'll say, "I'll only do this thing if he's not in it." Right?
Oh, Charlize, she's such a sulker. I'm sorry, but you missed this. But earlier I was explaining that it's over between Charlize Theron and myself, and just making the official announcement here tonight. We've never met or spoken. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. So I just hope she takes the news well and goes with it. Because at this point, she hasn't met me and she never is going to. I'm going to hold my breath till I turn blue because I just don't care. I'm sulking. Anyway, yes, I hope Charlize doesn't take out a contract on me or on my voice.
Hey, we're over $3,000, Cthulhu Jack. I love it.
Congratulations. Well, on that happy note, gentlemen, on that happy note, 3,000 sounds like a good round figure. I will depart and get back to my very important cat petting that I have here. My friend is lying across here with her head on my hand, happily listening to me speak and you speak. And I'm sure she thinks all the voices are telling her what a good girl she is.
Doug, you've been a delight. Thanks for being part of Lords of the Cosmos 5. I hope we show your voiceover 1,000,000 times in this video, and you are a delight to have on as a guest. Thanks for being a friend. Thanks for being part of the project. And I'm blessed to know you. You are a truly wonderful individual. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Doug, for so much for coming on. I really do appreciate it. And do you have anything to promote before you take off?
Just the Kitty Bungalow. We'll get you the link for the Kitty Bungalow auction.
Please.
Awesome.
Pretty exciting. There's going to be well over 100 items, really cool items from voice actors that you're bound to know. And again, all the money goes to help the kitties. So that'll be what I'll be promoting.
Love that.
We'll promote it, Doug. Thank you.
Okay, guys.
Have a good evening.
See you.
Take care.
So now
Brent had another question. Have you thought about offering any of the covers as posters?
So I had not. I'll kind of walk through my thought process for that. So with some of the digital manufacturing options that we have, there is almost a limitless number of things we could do. And at a certain point, you have to put a stop to it. And we did before we hit 100 add-on items. However, for special requests like that, that are not in the campaign, if Brent or any other fan would say, I really, really want, this particular image as a cover, we could do a one-off and figure out a reasonable price to make it and ship it. So it's really not that hard to do, but there's just a limit to how many things we can have in these campaigns and not lose our sanity. So no in the campaign, but could we do it? Most certainly. It's not hard. And I have the ability to do those things pretty easily locally. So I would say, Brent, you have my email. Just send me a note and we can figure that out. So for sure.
Cool.
So you got to ask Mick if he was a Lords of the Cosmos. Give him the grilling, man. We were busy listening to Doug's awesome stories, but now we got to put Mick in the spotlight. He's got to get his questions.
Yeah. So okay, Mick. You've read the issues of Lords of the Cosmos. Is there a particular Lords of the Cosmos character that you, if you survived in the Lords of the Cosmos world, is there a particular character you would like to be in order to survive in that world?
What was the name of the guy who could switch heads? Was there a head switcher guy?
Decaptor in issue 2.
Yes, that guy.
He's pretty funny. Decaptor. There you go.
Just like a messed up Manny face, basically. Yeah.
Do you have a particular story in the issues you've read that you liked?
Not offhand. It's like I have them all like I read them just forever ago. Just like it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries.
I like all of them. It's just like, yeah. I have like at least 50 billion comics that I've read. It's amazing that I remember any of them. You know what I mean? Even ones I've read.
Let's see. Yes, I do. Let me take a look. Jason.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure we got Zombies Need Brains, get them their plug. We've been, it's funny, Cthulhu Jack. I was worried that we wouldn't have enough to talk about, and I feel that we're overwhelmed with stuff to talk about and overwhelmed with great guests. Who knew, right?
Yeah, exactly. All right, let me see here. Just give me a second to get this loaded up.
So, Mick, I just got a text from Mike, and he said to say hello to you and hello to Stephanie. And he says he's missing his convention family reunion, and he is being a dad today. But he said to make sure to say hi to both of you. So, on behalf of new dad Mike, from a member of the Dad Union, I say to you, hello.
There we go. Let's get you there.
It's like my face is over there, my face is over here. It's like I'm everywhere. I love it.
You're everywhere. I'm moving you around.
Hey, Mick.
Well, they give you a bunch of different options, so it's just trying to figure out which works the best to get rid of that other screen.
So Mick, Zemba and Umex are gonna come into the thing now. They're gonna fill up as guests. So Zombies Needs Brains. 3 days to go. We want to make sure we plug this for the Palmatiers.
The Palmatiers.
Yes. So this is Jason Palmatier's brother's Kickstarter for his latest themed anthologies. And since Jason is obviously an integral part of the Lords of the Cosmos family, anything we can do for his family, for Joshua Palmatier, we want to help. So they're doing really good, it seems. They've got almost 400 backers. Zombies Need Brains. So if you're into horror, science fiction, prose anthologies, I know that these guys have been knocking these out for years. Jason Palmatier has a story in this latest group of collections. So if you're into this sort of thing and you want to support a member of the Lords of the Cosmos family, help Joshua's Kickstarter, Zombies Needs Brains. This is his latest. I know they've done quite a few of these over the years. So,
yeah, I'll make sure to. Yeah,
they're in a different vertical than I am with comic books. They're doing stories. So they've got a pretty hefty goal there. Geez, $30,000. They're a little over halfway there, but they've only got 3 days to go. So if you or a friend is into science fiction and fantasy themed anthologies, this is the 12th year they're doing this. So wanted to make sure we got some appropriate love and support out to everybody, because whenever you have a launch party, Cthulhu Jack, you want to make sure that everyone gets a chance to plug. And
absolutely,
yeah, and we want to help all of our participants reach their goal, if they have such a thing. Doug's was charity. Doug wants to help cats, and the Palmatiers want to help zombies eat brains. And
yes, they do. They got to eat a bunch more brains to.
They got to eat too, right?
days.
Cats need homes, and zombies need brains. So it's all good. But anyway, what else do we have to ask Mick now that we've taken a break for a solid plug right there?
Let's see. Do you, Mick? Do you end up going? Do you do a lot of Comic Cons yourself, or visit at least going to them and participating, or event at them, or do you just as a collector go and visit?
Not as many as I used to. Like the last one I went to was like a Philadelphia Comic Con, like the Fan Expo for like the Saturday in the summer. That was also before I had the car, and also I had to bike home, and it was raining, and I only bought one book, and so yeah, that was my Comic Con experience for the day. Yeah, it's like it's just become like a whole different atmosphere. Conventions, I want to go to more of them, but they're also so freaking expensive. Like if I have a booth or like a probably get at the like more of them in the future, but like as like a spectator, it's just like a little outside my price range right now. It's like also it's like like don't finding specific issues of anything like brings me anxiety, and finding the right graphic novel trade paperback is almost impossible. And it's like that's a whole thing and a half. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, not as much as I used to, but I would like to do so more. Yeah.
So I think kind of to Mick's point, it was kind of like when Stephanie is like, "Hey, do you have a new booth babe helping you at shows?" I think that the cost of living has really put a crimp, and even to Mick's point,
Yep.
just saying, does Mick just go to shows or whatever? The price to park, the price for tickets, it has made going to shows harder. Not everyone is a millionaire. Like you are, Cthulhu Jack, right?
Yes, rolling in it.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So, I mean, yeah, I think Mick's comment is kind of indicative of why some of these shows are not as busy and why they're not, why I'm not doing some of them anymore, because especially for cities, they've always been a little more expensive. So to park in Philadelphia, right? If I do a more rural show, free parking, you just park. You go to Philadelphia, you go to Baltimore, it's $37 a day. You know what I mean? And food's more expensive, and parking is more expensive, and hotels are more expensive, and everything else. So it does, take a beating. And, one of the things that really opened my eyes with the Lords of the Cosmos to kind of get into a really boring discussion is the price of printing, the price of postage. I talked to a friend earlier today about the campaign, and he was like, "What does shipping a book cost now?" And media mail at a minimum is like mid $4 for media mail. He about lost it when we were talking. He goes, "Are you serious? I thought it was like 70 cents." And I was like, "No, media mail
25 years ago."
Yeah, no, I'm like, dude, media mail is not 70 cents. It was like $3.49 like 3 years ago. And I believe it's $4.62 for a minimum media mail. And that's not with a commercial account. That's just if you walked up and tried to mail a media mail thing. So, the cost of, stuff on Kickstarter has gone up quite a bit from even a few years ago. So yeah, and we'll stop this. This is not an exciting line of, if you want to, let's bore the audience more. But yeah, Mick's comment definitely struck a nerve with what he said there, because it kind of sucks. There's less money to go out and have fun.
Yeah, and it's like at the latest show I went to, it's like they couldn't even rent the entire like convention space like they used to. It was they booked 2 conventions for the whole weekend. Half of it was the Fan Expo, and the other half was a mental health awareness convention. It's like odd
An
combo.
interesting combination.
Yeah. Were they trying to say something about the people who go to fan expos? It just feels like they're like just trying to say something to us. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So at 11 o'clock, we've got 3,082 as our pledges.
It's awesome. I'll be really curious to see where it is at 24 hours. Maybe it'll be fun that I can roll out a stretch goal.
Oh, speaking of, I loaded this earlier. Of course. Got your sketch cover that you sent over earlier.
Yeah, I worked on that last weekend, and I got it scanned today. I was really happy with that. Kind of getting ready to do some sketch covers for backers in the next couple weeks, right? Getting warmed up. That's a fun sketch cover. We got Obsidia, the number 2 villain, and she is with Hexalor 7 with his big cybernetic cat metal parts. Which the one thing that makes me laugh about these characters and all these 80s characters is like, it's like, oh, those are so cool. Like those big shoulder things she has, and like the cat with those big metal plates. God, would that be inconvenient? You'd be like smashing into doors and stuff, and like, like they look neat, but who in their right mind would want any of that, right? And I love the aesthetic, but I always laugh looking at it, right?
That's why you get sci-fi movies that have the the double doors that slide open. It's for those shoulder pads.
Why they were
You couldn't do it by a 3-foot door. What's that, Nick?
That's why they were made, for the shoulder pads.
So,
yeah.
Cthulhu Jack, I just realized something that just came to mind here at the beginning of the final hour of our launch party. Is I know that you made 2 review videos, because let's talk about Cthulhu Jack. So Cthulhu Jack is small movie reviews. They're really cool. They're like snacks.
Bite size.
You can just take a bite and you're done. You bounce all over the place. I think your reviews are really fun, which is why I'm a fan of your channel, and you were kind enough to have me on here. I'm pretty sure that you made 2 just for this show, and we've been so busy talking. I don't think you've played either of them.
Well, I played He-Man at the beginning, but I can always play that again because that was 5 hours ago.
Yeah, that must have been before I came on at 8, so I missed it. I
also have I have heavy metal, so we could do. Which one do you want to do first? We could do heavy metal first. Or?
Let me ask one other question: is anybody else waiting to get in, or is it just the 3 of us?
No, I think Jared popped in and he disappeared, and I haven't seen him since. That was it.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to make sure we didn't have anybody in the waiting room that was trying to get in, because let's do Masters of the Universe and we can discuss it, and then we can watch heavy metal in a little bit. I want to see. I've been waiting all day to see these. We've been so busy, Cthulhu Jack, that we haven't had a break in the action.
No. I think
which is a good thing. Which is a good thing. This has been a very busy party.
Yes, it has. All right. Let's see. Where is it? Where'd you go? Look at that one. Space Hunter. Oh, there it is. All right. So yeah, He-Man and Masters of the Universe.
Movies basing their plots and ideas off an already popular toy line or comic is nothing new.
New from the Masters of the Universe collection.
At the border between the light and the dark stands Castle Grayskull.
But when your He-Man is this guy...
I must break you.
No, don't kill him! I want him alive!
And your Skeletor is this guy...
He-Man. If I kill him, I make him a martyr.
With Orko being swapped out for Billy Barty as Wildor, the Keymaker.
The Cosmic Key.
Are you the gatekeeper?
And in one movie where you can get all your friends and foes together, I'm talking about...
Masters of the Universe.
From 1987. I was past the He-Man craze at the time, but my younger Cthulhu sibling was always caught shouting... I checked out this movie back then because of Dolph Lundgren, who gave Rocky a few knocks.
It's all right. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you.
And for Skeletor because...
I was not suggesting that I go.
Then you should not have spoken.
Because he just looked badass and still does. We find our battered heroes outmatched and beaten, with Skeletor using Evil Lynn and her hypnotic eyes to pinch the cosmic key from Billy Barty. He takes our greased up and tattered troop to his lab, where another key he created becomes the holy grail everyone is after.
Can open a doorway to anywhere.
Anywhere?
Exactly.
When a double back to the castle lands He-Man, Man of Arms, Teela, and Billy Barty into the throne room, they work on freeing the sorceress before being discovered.
Everything comes to he who waits.
When the plan goes south, Billy Barty taps away aimlessly until Yahtzee comes up, and our cosplayers are now in present-day Whittier, California, where it seems a hell of a lot of movies were shot there. Maybe that's why the streets are always empty in this flick. Everyone got sick of being bothered and moved away. Landing at first to what seems like a park and ending up eventually on a set, we're introduced to Julie and Kevin, who are an item.
Kevin, start that again.
Julie's parents perished in a plane crash 2 years ago, so now she's taking flight to leave Kevin behind. Finding the cosmic key, Kevin and Julie head over to their high school, only to have it burned to the ground by these guys.
No disintegration.
Unsuccessful at either snatching up Julie or locating the key, Karg and his mullet take his band of baddies and head back to Skeletor for a thrashing. He-Man consoles Julie quite a bit until MOA and Teela arrive, along with Billy Barty, who managed to pimp his ride in 30 minutes or less. They're off to meet Kevin, who is back at the burning school and where he manages to piss piss off Detective Strickland.
Oh, we're gonna go look for your girlfriend, just like you said. We'll try her house first. I bet you know where that is.
Wait a second.
Can I go now, Mr. Strickland?
So did Mr. Strickland from Back to the Future quit his job from Hill Valley High and become a detective?
Choice, really choice.
Strickland takes the key for evidence as Karg and the others arrive to smack Kevin up beast style before questioning him. The chase continues for the key as He-Man and his cast arrive to swap exposition with Kevin so everyone is all up to speed. Dropping by at his buddy Charlie's music store, the party is crashed further when Evil Lynn and her robotic goons empty this kegger of any value with Julie foolishly handing over the key to her mom, which turns out to be...
It's Julie!
Skeletor finally arrives, sending his flying Centurions after He-Man for some old-school stop-motion fun. When Julie is hit in the crossfire, He-Man gives up to save his friends.
Surrender your sword.
With the final showdown between a juiced-up Skeletor and He-Man, which almost didn't happen due to, well, canon films, this baddie meets the Emperor's fate with all getting back to normal in good old Eternia.
And Eternia will always be near.
Julie and Kevin are zapped back 2 years earlier, adding to a happy ending that can only happen in this child's mind with no consequence of time manipulation. So, if you're looking to see who has the power, turn on this blast from the past. There's no choking hazard here to worry about. Until next time.
What the hell is that?
I also wanted to give a shout out to our YouTube members. Thank you for the support. And hail Cthulhu.
There you go.
I have so many thoughts about this, and I've had thoughts about this for years. So would you like me to go first, second, or third, Cthulhu Jack?
Well, let's. We got one from Indy G Oldham says CJ has the power. Yeah, it's nice to have some random videos to review and clips. So, thank you for that. He is one of our fans that follows us all the time on the channel. So I do appreciate him chiming in tonight. So go ahead, Jason. What were you going to say?
So I'm going to talk about the good in this film. And shame on me, I can't remember her name, but the lady that plays Evil Lynn, she plays the femme fatale in They Live, and she
Meg Foster.
Awesome. Meg Foster, she's awesome in this film. And the gentleman that plays Skeletor, I can't think of his name either.
Frank Langella.
Frank Langella, he's awesome. Yep. The random villains they created to kind of be the henchmen that they replaced Merman, Trapjaw, and Beastman with, they're all pretty awesome too.
Well, Beastman's in this. He's just
right.
Beastman
Yeah, okay, my bad. Yeah, they have Beastman, then it's like these other characters, but the ones they replaced him out with, I liked all those characters. Like the guy with the little wings in his head and the swords and everything. They're cool. That's kind of where it stops, because it's like that. So there's these splashes of cool, and then it's like, let's fight in a living room. And I remember even as a kid being like, this is cheap. You know what I mean? Like, I always hate that when there's like high fantasy, and then it's like, and we're going to have it on a city street in present day. It's like, that's cheap. Like, Eternia is supposed to be freaking balls to the wall weird, right? It's you know, it's supposed to be bigger than life weird. And it's such a cop out, you know, that it's like, here's this weird floating, like, you know, kind of space barge, but it's on a suburban neighborhood, and it's cheap even to a child, you know, as a child, I remember thinking this is cheap and kind of like cutting corners. But Meg Foster and Frank Langella and like their goons, and the few scenes that are on in the Castle Grayskull are pretty cool. So it's like there's little nuggets of cool in this film, surrounded by stupid cheap shortcuts. So I think, and that's probably a pretty common view of this film, where it's like there's little bits of cool, but so much crap around it. So I'm able to appreciate the cool parts, but a lot of it just sucks. So there's my take on it.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'll answer some of your questions too about that too, because on my research that I found. But go ahead, Mick. What were your thoughts about?
Pretty much similar. They get pretty similar. I found like Kevin and Julie to be like absolutely pointless. Like, if you're gonna have like He-Man go to Earth, fine, but it's like you don't have to give him like a tour guide or whatever. And it's and I'm kind of pissed I never thought about this in the film, because in the show, Queen Marlena, her origin story is that she's an astronaut from Earth who warps over to Eternia, marries the king, and yada yada. And they barely ever go to Earth in the show, and yet he got a movie where He-Man and friends go to his mom's home planet, and it's never brought up once, and it's like missed opportunity.
Yeah.
That's the vast majority of Masters of the Universe franchise. Just tons of missed opportunity with lore and everything.
You know what I want to know about Masters of the Universe? Whiplash, Buzz Off, Ram Man. You know who I don't care about is Kevin and Julie. Because if I want to see Kevin and Julie, I can just go to Target. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care.
Well, yeah.
Like, I don't care.
Supposedly, the problem was too back then. This film was already in development before the cartoon, or the cartoon. They were overlapping, but when the rights were bought by Canon Films and Ed Pressman, they were bought purely based off the toys. And so that's and the mini comics that came with the toys. So that's what they based the film off of. And then of course
like
it's canon.
The twin power swords, that's based directly on the toy. That I liked. He-Man's power originally from the mini comics. It wasn't from the sword, it was from battle armor. They kind of changed that in the cartoon, as well as give him the Prince Adam secret identity, basically making him Batman without the dead parents, or Shazam without the dead parents for the most part. He-Man in the original mini comics, he's essentially just some random Conan the Barbarian motherfucker, and that's all you need. And then in the show, they gave him parents and a secret identity for some reason, so he's Shazam without the secret identity. And it only took until a comic in 2022 to actually explain why he actually needs the secret identity. It's an absolute,
That's
basically saying you can't be the king and the sword at the same time. 2022. This series has been around since when was the first toy line? 1980, I'd say.
I think it was 1983. I think that was the first.
Yeah, I was going to say 83, probably around there. Yeah. So, my understanding too is that because Canon had bought it, they were the only studio that, I guess the scripts had been shopped around to the other studios at the time. None of the studios wanted to do this picture because it was going to cost too much. And so Canon was like, oh, we'll do it. But the problem with that was they didn't have enough money. So that's why they put a lot of it on Earth. And then the other stuff that I was finding out was the whole end sequence with Skeletor and He-Man fighting. That a lot of that was going to, they basically had to shut down production for 4 days to get enough money to get it to shoot the ending. And then they had a different ending that they were going to do, but they cut that out because of time and money. So when you watch the movie, and I hadn't seen this movie since I was a kid seeing it, for the first time in the theater, the problem is it's the way the movie is now. It'd be fine if it was like an hour. You know what I mean? Because there's just enough stuff. But when they go to Earth and they start dealing with Kevin and Julie and all that, it just drags. And the movie's like an hour and 45 minutes or something like that. Even if they just made it 90 minutes, that would have saved it. But the problem is they have all this extraneous stuff, and a lot of it's for no reason. You know what I mean? It's just we have to go here because of here. We have to, there's a whole sequence, which I put in there, obviously, where you see the cow. That goes on for 10 minutes. Really? A cow? So there's all these rando scenes. You're like, where the hell is this all coming from? And the only thing I could think of is just Canon Films just didn't have the money to do it properly. And even when I made the joke about Whittier, California, which a ton of movies were shot in that neighborhood, there's nobody on the streets. It looks like they just vaporized everybody and then shot the movie because there's no cars. There's nobody in there. Nobody parked in their driveways.
It's weird. I never
it's just
thought
weird.
About it. The town
school is burning down, and that's when Lubbock, the detective, takes Kevin to the house, and that's it. So really, the school is the only area that you actually see anybody in more than 3 or 4 people at a time. And then I guess this was also around the same time that when Dolph Lundgren was hired, he didn't speak any English. So but he insisted on doing his own lines. So they had to go back and, redub his lines and so on and so forth. So they kept trying to whittle his part down.
Of the universe. And it's almost like budget, but also I could see people being like, well, what about people like Jason's mom? We have to have things for her. And I think that could have been part of it too, where it's like, nobody cares about the teen, like to Mick's point, why do they put any time with Julie and the boyfriend? I can't even remember his name. Nobody cares.
Kevin.
Right? Kevin. Like, nobody cares. Right. And it's almost like, who are these? I mean, again, I get cheap and it's a filler, but I could also, you could see them being like, well, will people want to see the skeleton head, man? It's like, no, that's all we want. Give us more He-Man, give us more Skeletor, give us more, Ram Man, Merman, whatever. And going back to Lords of the Cosmos, as, a comic book creator, I try to give people in our books as much weird, wild stuff as possible, because you're not reading Lords of the Cosmos to read about a high school romance. You want to see robots destroying wizards. That's what you want. We're not here for, a teenage romance. Nobody cares about that. That's reading these books. Like, people want turtle battleships and cyborgs. They want more weird stuff. That's what they want. Nobody wants to see Kevin and Julie, right? Even though the Julie actress is, Courtney Cox, which is crazy.
Courtney Cox, yeah.
Yeah. They got like a future.
Well, it would have been great is to recut this, which maybe I'll do just at some point, but to recut this with Leprechaun with Jennifer Aniston. So because she's in the first Leprechaun movie, so I could probably recut both of these movies, and they'd probably be still better. The other problem too is that when I watch this again, there is so much laser fights, it's ridiculous, and
no sword
they make
fight.
the stormtrooper. They make over the sword fighting, but they make the stormtroopers in New Hope look like they could shoot straight. I mean, there's guys that are like He-Man's 5 feet away, and these guys are just firing all over the place, and I get why they picked up the property to do it, but if there's one movie that I would not have a problem with getting remade, it would probably be this. Except for the fact that all the best part is the villains, which I don't know if they could ever recapture that.
And you were right. I forgot about Beast Man. He is in this film, and he's cool. And I like there was like the lizard dude and the guy with the swords.
Yeah.
I actually, who else I liked in the film? I did like Tila and Man at Arms. They were kind of like, soldiers of the future. I like them, but they're also a weird.
Well, yeah, because Man of Arms. I mean, the gentleman that plays him has got to be in his late 50s, and Tila was his daughter in the movie, anyways. I don't know if they are in the game. I mean, in the cartoon or not.
Yeah, they are. But here's the thing:
it's most of the time they're father-daughter. Yeah,
but
originally comics is the whole confusing thing.
A lot of the scenes that you showed in the clips, they're like in what looks like my dining room. Right.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, no, I don't. Okay, here's these weird cyber soldiers. I want them fighting Lizard Man on like a floating platform. Like, one great thing about the Flash Gordon movie from 1980, and there's a lot of good stuff with that film, and there's some dumb stuff with it too, is they didn't skimp on weird shit. It's like, we're in a floating city, we're in Ming's palace, and everything is weird and outrageous, right?
Right.
Yeah, because it's Flash freaking Gordon, man. It's got to be weird. And I'm going to say one more thing about this, and then, you guys can chime in. Probably my most hated television show of all time is from 2007. The Sci-Fi Network, riding off the heels of critical acclaim for Battlestar Galactica, was like, hey, we're going to redo Flash Gordon for our network. And I was excited. I was like, oh, I love the cartoons. I love the old comic strips. I love the movie from 1980s. This is great. And the very first episode ended with a fight in Flash Gordon's mom's kitchen with a robot. And you're just kind of, and then the showrunners are like, we don't think Ming should be an over-the-top villain, and we don't want to have rocket ships, and we don't want this. And it's like, why? Like, what? Like, Flash Gordon is the ultimate
UW.
Like, Flash Gordon is like, we want dinosaurs fighting robots and rocket ships with, guys with swords that are swashbucklers. Which, again, I want Lords of the Cosmos to lean into weird stuff. I want it to have fantastic cool elements. So to say like we're gonna have a car chase that ends with a fist fight in mom's kitchen, you're like nobody cares. And I still hate that show, and it's been 17 years. So yeah, Sci-Fi Network's Flash Gordon, I still hate you. And that's what this reminds me of, where it's like, oh, here's a little bit of cool shit, and now we're gonna have Man-at-Arms fighting in a living room next to a couch.
Well, and I remember when, and even though I wasn't, because my younger brother was into He-Man, because I was just a little older at that point, so I kind of missed the boat on a lot of that. But even still, I knew all the characters because I knew enough of the cartoon show. So they took Orko out because he was too expensive to make for the movie. So that's why they put Gwildor, or whatever his name is, Billy Barty's character in there. You know, which was a bummer because I remember seeing the movie going, where the hell's Orko? He was a kind of a cool character in at least the cartoon, you know. But yeah. So Billy Barty, though, man, that guy got tons of work back then. He was in everything, you know. So
Gwildor shows up in like one of the later cartoons, like Revelations, and like he and Orko kind of argue. It's like kind of like a bit of a subtext there of Orko not standing Gwildor. It's like Orko's like, I know what you did, you son of a bitch, sort of thing. It's like,
right.
You stole my role.
So was he a keymaster also in the? Was he also a keymaster in that material as well?
In like the second season of the Kevin Smith show, yes. In the cartoon and the comics, no. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So,
yeah, I never saw the Kevin Smith version.
So, in my opinion, there's 3 generations of Masters of the Universe animation. There's the Filmation, then there's the 2002 Mike Young version, and then there's the Kevin Smith version, which is fairly recent. In my humble opinion, the best one by a mile was the 2002 Mike Young version.
Yeah.
That is straight up the best Masters of the Universe I've ever seen, and it ended on
my favorite version of Roboto too. Yeah, I loved him in that.
Yeah, it was great. It was a great show. It was done by Korean animation studios. It had pretty fluid animation. Doug Stone probably voiced half the voices, and we didn't know it. Right? But it was a really good show. I never bothered to watch the Kevin Smith version, so I can't speak to it because I missed the Mike Young version so much. So now I feel sad about Mike Young's He-Man show. We should do our second review. We should play your heavy metal review. And I promised you, Cthulhu Jack, that I had a crazy story about the movie. So
You did. So for the last bit of the show, we can. This one's a little shorter, obviously, because of there was a lot of bouncing betties to cut around on this one. So start it.
I remember catching this at a midnight show while sailing through the art house theaters back at the top of the 90s. This Canadian animated film, based on headbanging tunes, trippy visuals,
Death to all who oppose us!
bouncing betties, and lots of them. This blend of creative minds that caught this madcap adventure in a single destructive globe.
Someone always finds me.
I'm talking about Heavy Metal from 1981. This anthology is a born and bred cult classic.
Stern, he's nothing but a low-down, double-dealing, backstabbing worm.
Everyone has a favorite story or two from it, or maybe all.
I want you to steal the sacred Lochnar.
What is this Lochnar?
The Queen's glowing sphere, you fool.
What I enjoyed the most on this merry-go-round of wild ideas, that this was a passion project from the original creators whose visions came from the pages of said magazine at the time, elaborating the stories enough to fit film narrative.
What? Is he kidding?
They are a beauty to behold, much like that ghoulish green Lochnar orb.
I am the sum of all evil.
Either devouring its handlers, or manipulating the playing field for gratification or benefiting all involved. For myself, it's a hard call to put one zany story on the mantle.
Thanks for nothing.
B-17, which is one of the more straightforward, always freaked me out.
Nelson?
that haunted whistle of death swirling around this flying tin tomb that rivets fear in us as the dead rise again, upon that devilish orb's appearance, to the captain parachuting on a mysterious island. These are all hallmarks of a giallo film. Captain Stern is just pure Looney Tune fun.
Hanging's too good for him. Burning's too good for him. He should be torn into little bitsy pieces.
Den.
There was no way I was going to walk around this place with my dork hanging out.
So beautiful and so dangerous.
I'm afraid that I'll come home one day and find you screwing the toaster.
Tarna. And Harry Canyon.
Where's the girl? Where? What girl?
Are all in their own way perfectly lived in encapsulations of the individual creative universe. This is an anthology that should be revisited on occasion and cherished. I myself grew up on Heavy Metal magazine, and like the film, it has all that blood, mayhem, and spice anyone could want. Heck, even in the story of Den, the cultists are worshipping Papa C, though his name may be spelt backwards, creating a new force of nature. In the end, these creators did it their way. So, buy this on Tangible Media because right issues have a habit of always resurrecting, making things vanish. Until next time.
Hand over your cash. Now!
I also wanted to give a shout out to our YouTube members. Thank you for the support. And hail Cthulhu.
So, CJ, are you ready for my story?
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, baby, yeah.
4,000, are you in sight?
That just came in right as the show was going on. Yes.
What's that? I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying that came in as the show was going on there, but go ahead.
So one of the things that I've been reflecting on more as a fan of media, as we all are, is the context of when you watch these things, right? Is Alien more scary when you saw it in the 80s or 70s when you were a kid versus seeing it now, right? So it's we keep changing, so the way we digest media changes. I love Heavy Metal the movie. I have a print on my wall from Stern Pinball with their new limited edition artwork from the Heavy Metal Pinball game. I've had the movie on multiple formats over the years. I have an art book about how they made it. And I have a complete collection of Heavy Metal magazine from 1977 up until about 2009. Big fan. When I was a kid, and I've tried to date this, I'm going to guess it's around 1983. My parents had some good friends that every now and again they would go out with some of their other friends and go out to like restaurants and drink. Around 83. And one of the other families had a kid that was my age. So when they would go out as a group, they called it the Gourmet Club. They would drop us off either at my house or their house, and then we would spend the evening together with a babysitter, right? We're little kids. So I remember being dropped off at this other kid's house, and this teenage, early 20s woman that in retrospect was probably a metalhead, might have been 18, 19, was in charge of watching us. I would have been around 8 or 9. And I remember she did not seem very friendly while the adults were still there. And I was probably pretty annoying at the time. Anyway, I remember as soon as the parents left, this girl got pretty pissy at me in particular. Not a big shock. And she called her boyfriend and his friend over. So now these two guys come over that are probably 19 or 20. And they had mullets. I remember that. And to be frank, these two were assholes. And one of the things I remembered about my friend's house was he had a VCR, which, Mick, you would remember or know that to have a VCR in the early 80s was kind of like, that was luxury, right? So if you could play home videos at that time, it was pretty special. And I remember that family had a VCR. And they also had HBO, so they were recording movies. So they had a video library. I remember the father must have been like a video collector because he had like a printed out sheet of like movies that he had on what videotape, because he was putting multiple movies on a single videotape because of cost. So you'd have like 3 films on a tape. Well, these two knuckle draggers are like, we want to watch heavy metal. I'm just a little kid, and they put this on, and they make me and the other kid watch it with them. Which, again, as an adult in retrospect, it's like, that is really creepy and inappropriate. And I remember it upset me, and I did not want to watch it. Right. And I was getting very upset. And like these weird dudes wanted to make me watch it because it upset me. And again, you start thinking like, who are these 19-year-olds that want to make an 8-year-old or 9-year-old kid watch a film with a lot of like sex and nudity and violence? It was very strange. And I remember feeling very afraid of like, this is really bad. This is not what we're supposed to be getting as like babysitting. Right. And it in a way like freaked me out. And I remember getting so upset, I went to one of the bedrooms in the house and like hid behind a door or inside a closet. And I remember one of these kids was laughing at me, which again is like, who were these people and did they end up in prison? Like what were they really into? Right. Like it was just very strange. All that being said, maybe they did me a favor, because even though it scared the shit out of me and I did not like that experience, it was like I wanted to see that movie again because it's fucking heavy metal, right? So on the one hand, I think these people were abusive, sick, sickos, right? Like it's so, wrong. But I don't know. It's like one of my favorite movies of all time now. And maybe having these knuckle draggers forced me to watch it made me what I am today. And maybe they're responsible for Lords of the Cosmos. If only we could visit them and ask them about their abusive 80s lifestyle towards children and making soft-core animated porn with violence. And I've come to love the film, and I have so much affection for the animation and the storytelling and everything. And there's so much awesome about the soundtrack and everything else. But I always have this tainted view of that film because my first watching was wildly inappropriate and abusive. And I don't think I've ever even told my parents this. So maybe I'll have to call them tomorrow and be like, hey, I got a complaint from 1983. There's my weird heavy metal story. It's kind of like Jason, uncovered. But like I said, maybe they're the reason that Lords of the Cosmos exist, right? Because we're spiritually, masters of the universe. Heavy Metal Magazine had a baby. It's Lords of the Cosmos. So there you go, man. I don't know if the story is what you thought it was going to be, but that's my real deal 80s heavy metal story.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I didn't think it was going to be that at all. But that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, maybe they were. You'll have to give them a shout out in the next book.
Yeah, well, the follow up to it is a couple years later when we got a VCR, I borrowed that same videotape from that same family for like a year and a half. I just kept it because I liked it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So they were my gateway drug to home video and heavy metal. But yeah, it's kind of I wasn't actually abused, but it seemed abusive at the time. It was very creepy and scary, and I think it did affect me in a way. You know what I mean? Because like forcing and it was like forcing me to do it. Like you can't leave, and you're like, I don't want to watch this. Can I go to another? No. Like, did these two end up in prison? But anyway, there you go. There's my heavy metal raw and uncensored story. Right? It's like Lock Up Raw, Jason, heavy metal in the 80s.
Well, and each one of those stories is vastly different than the other one. You know what I mean? They're not the same. They don't look the same. The stories aren't the same.
No, it's an anthology like Lords of the Cosmos.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And even So Dangerous and Beautiful, I mean, that's a beginning of that. You've got an android at the Pentagon saying that there's no aliens as the aliens are showing up above. And then he starts oogling at the secretary across from him, and then he jumps on her as the aliens suck them both up into the spaceship.
So
and
literally
then you get that whole sequence,
But if you read Angus McKee, the British artist that did So Beautiful and So Dangerous, that's basically exactly the comic book.
No. I understand that, but I'm saying, as you as a child seeing that,
oh my God, yeah.
and that's like the third story in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and like I said, I might have been 8 or 9. I can't. Normally, I can remember when older stories is based off of like world events, like a Super Bowl or like a movie, right? Like I remember seeing Raiders of the Lost Ark with my dad in theater, so you could look up when that was. But this one, I'm not quite sure. Like I said, it probably would have been around 83, maybe 84.
Yeah, because they only released it. My understanding is they released it in theaters. They tried to do it on VHS, and there was too many rights issues. And then I saw it. Played multiple midnight shows for a long time at the art house theaters in the early, like 1989, 90, 91. It was playing pretty ferociously there because it wasn't available. You could get it on a bootleg, but that was about it. And it wasn't until 96, I guess it was, when
96 is when it came out on home video for the first time. And I remember that was a big deal because it was all you had was the second and third generation things like I had seen as a kid that those people had taped off of HBO.
Yeah, I had the Laserdisc, the first Laserdisc of it, which was mid 90s, and it looked awesome.
And the film has a great score. It has an Elmer Bernstein score. It has an amazing soundtrack. There's so much good about it, but I would, the Lenox kids are not going to be forced to watch heavy metal. I hope they do experience it when they're maybe 16 or older, but to sit and make like my 9-year-old watch heavy metal, I should be put in jail if I did that.
Yeah, I mean, it had been 35 years since I had seen it in the theater, thereabouts, and watching it again, I had completely forgot how much spicy material is in that. But that's why the video is short, because it was hard for me to cut around that because the problem is that anytime that there's storytelling going on, there's a lot of nudity going on. So it's trying to edit around that is super tough.
Another anecdote about that film was there was a lot of guys that had done animation on it that had worked for years doing like other things, like, we talked about Bugs Bunny and things like that, like kind of more straight, plain properties. And that when these guys were allowed to do nudity, they just were like, you know what I mean? So, and I forget where I read that, but it tracks because there is a ton of nudity in that film. And it's almost,
oh my God, it's ridiculous.
You haven't been able to do any nudity or sex, and now you're allowed to, and you're just like, dude, give me triples, give me a fourth helping, give me more, and you can really see it, and it's fun.
Well, and I think the shots of Den that I used, those are pretty much. I mean, there's a couple of others, but they're shorter scenes and they don't really give too much information. Those are really the only scenes that don't have any nudity, because once the gal, the beginning of the once he gets sent to the other planet and the gal's tossed into the as a sacrifice, she's naked there, and then he saves her, and then they have a discussion, they get all together, and then they get captured, and so on and so forth. But I have to say though, in the beautiful one, she is drawn very nicely.
One last thing, we got to give Mick a chance to speak. Is we always complain about adaptations not being accurate. The one thing you can't say about Heavy Metal the movie is like, so Rich Corbin's Den was what they based Den off of,
right?
And in Den, Rich Corbin, it was basically all nudes, and you got privates hanging out and knockers hanging out, and so they do an animated version of Den for a movie, and it's looks just like the comic strip. So I mean, for now, Tarna and Harry Canyon were not in the comics, so those were made for the films, so they don't have a basis. But everything that was in the movie that was based off of the book or the stories in Heavy Metal magazine is like right on, man. I mean, it's like, yeah, this is Den as a cartoon. So, Mick, what's your take? You've been listening to my 1980s, horror stories about this film, even though I like it. It's just a negative way to be introduced to it, right? What's your take on it?
I was never forced to watch a fucked up movie as a kid, but more or less that at this one kid's house, he would be allowed to just watch all the fucked up movies he wants, and his mom was like, "Yeah, whatever." And the South Park movie absolutely scarred me as a kid. So a little bit of a way when they're going to hell and everything. That freaked me the hell out. I was pretty sure I was 9. Yeah, So I relate to you on that. And like heavy metal, I have a weird relationship with that series of of everything, the comics and like the movies and everything, because I remember I was a teenager, I heard about heavy metal, and I went on demand, and I clicked on the first thing that said heavy metal, and it was that 2000s era sequel. Did either of you guys see that one?
That is really bad. I have
nothing
good to say about that at all. It was called Heavy Metal 2000, and it was such a
Kevin Eastman produced that, right?
Yeah, it's basically a movie about his wife at the time, Julie. And it's just really bad. And I remember there was so much excitement about, oh my God, we love heavy metal. There'll be a new one. And that film had nothing that anyone liked, and it was just like a big wet turd. But I remember Heavy Metal at the magazine at the time was pimping it so hard. Yeah, and then it just was like, I hate this. I don't want to see it, and it's bad. I actually tried to rewatch it later, thinking that maybe I misremembered it. Maybe it's better than I think. And you rewatch it, and you're like, this is really bad. It's just not good.
And then I would watch a heavy metal later. It's been forever since I saw that one. I remember the court scene one and the cab one, and vividly to this day. Yeah, would be down to watch that again. Yeah, for sure. 2000s one, just glad to be confirmed that was as bad as I remembered. That was one of the early films in my young mind that I realized was absolute dog shit. Up there, up there with The Village and the first live action Scooby-Doo movie. Those are the 3 first movies that I remember being terrible.
So
that would scar anybody.
To me, at the time when that came out, and I probably still am, I would be the target audience for a heavy metal sequel. And if my reaction is, I hate this at a core level, you haven't done a good job. So, yeah.
And for some reason, the bad guy just turned into CGI at the ending for no reason. Terrible cel-shaded CGI. It's one of the dumbest reveals of all time, and it's burned into my mind. It's it sucks that the good heavy metal movie, I have trouble remembering that. But that dog shit heavy metal 2000 movie, that's burned into my brain.
Yeah. Heavy Metal 2000, it's weird. It came out around the same time as Blues Brothers 2000, which is another dog shit sequel to an amazing early 80s property where it's just it was if we put 2000 on it, it'll seem like Jason Lenox 2000. You know what I mean? No, this is dog shit.
The only good 2000 thing.
I think Indy says the same. That he's Heavy Metal 2000. I've seen it. I only got some mixed feelings about it. I dig the original. So it's.
Indy,
I think that's across the board.
Don't look. It's like Raiders. Don't look. Don't look, Indy. Don't look. Shut your eyes.
Exactly. I'm sorry, Mick. Go ahead. You were saying.
Yeah, I think what was the only good 2000 movie? Godzilla 2000 probably. I think that was pretty good. I remember seeing that in theaters as a kid.
Yeah.
Good question.
It does involve Godzilla blowing up an alien inside his mouth while he's trying to eat him, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah. How about Nick the Nerd 2000? 2000.
Yeah,
I noticed watching. Jason, let me ask you a question about Lords of the Cosmos in the original heavy metal, because I noticed in this, watching it again, was Tarna, out of all of the stories, and at least in the movie anyways, was Tarna was that where you drew from when maybe it was subconsciously in your mind when you were coming up with Lords of the Cosmos? Because I definitely see a lot of similarities with particularly the main baddie in that, and Umex, and kind of his whole creation.
You're going to laugh. So the biggest direct connection I can give you from Heavy Metal the movie to Lords of the Cosmos is one of the things that I really liked about it, besides Tarna being in a hot bikini, is I like the landscapes with all those weird fucking pipes everywhere.
Yeah.
And that's a repeating theme in Lords of the Cosmos, that there's just pipes all over the place going to like machines. And I always thought that was fucking cool. So that's kind of a little bit of a nod to heavy metal. And one of the things that we reveal in Lords of the Cosmos issue 1 is that there's more to meets the eye with why are all these machines here, and there's something bigger going on that never was explored in Heavy Metal magazine or Heavy Metal the movie. But so yeah, I think there's definitely a nod to. If you remember earlier in this launch party, we talked about my inspirations for calling, for Lords of the Cosmos, and I did a podcast yesterday, Blasters and Blades, and one of the things we talked about is the genre that Lords of the Cosmos is, and I said that to me, a genre that I like is, I'll call it science fiction barbarians, and I always cite Flash Gordon, Masters of the Universe, and Thundercats. Another great example of a sci-fi barbarian would be Tarna, where there's like some levels of technology. There's some level of kind of like swashbuckling swordsmanship, and we always cite Heavy Metal as a inspiration for Lords of the Cosmos. But yeah, there's no doubt that there's some DNA to that sci-fi barbarian world of Tarna that does seem very similar to Lords of the Cosmos, and I relate it back to this. It's like Westerns. Like if you saw a Fistful of Dollars and saw Unforgiven, you're like, hey, these kind of seem similar. Yeah, because they're Westerns. So there's horses and guys with 6-shooters and, the great move west. So yeah, there's definitely some connective DNA between Tarna and Lords of the Cosmos. And I think that's a compliment, because I do love the Tarna story. And I do love the world she inhabits. So if you felt a little bit of Lords of the Cosmos inspiration there, yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, no, I definitely felt that if you were able to do if Lords of the Cosmos was made at that time, that's what it would look like, in a lot of ways. I did like her a lot. Just revisiting again, I did like her character a lot too, just because they kept her mute. Like she says plenty without saying anything, and yeah, right. Less is more, as they say.
Actual script writing.
Right. But the other thing, too, is I enjoy is the fact that, just doing the research is that Mobius and a lot of the other artists, lent their hand into it. Like Mobius was doing a lot of the cell work and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, and design work. And to
me. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, they rotoscoped. Yeah, no, definitely for the Tarna stuff.
They rotoscoped the landscapes. They built all those models.
Right, and they rotoscoped her for when she's doing the changing scene and all that stuff, which is great. But I just like the idea that which we don't really see anymore, unfortunately, where the creators are so embedded in with the material that it really comes through. Another one is jumps to mind is Alien with H.R. Giger and his monster. With the Alien, he was on set painting, making it, so on and so forth. That's lost in a lot of these films and IPs, in the last 25 years. And it's kind of sad, because you revisit something like Heavy Metal and you really feel that this is like one of those few success stories of, creatives coming together with the studio and making something,
It's artists making art, which, as Hollywood has become more corporate, the idea of actually the artist making the art is, it's almost like, that's nice. That it's almost like watching, a Civil War documentary and seeing armies on horses and talking about cavalry, and you're like, is that real? Well, yeah, I mean, the 1800s, like, yeah, they did that. They had cavalry charges and everything else. We don't do that now, but it did exist. It's like, well, I wish today's armies were like the ones in the 1800s. It's like, they're not. You know what I mean? Like, they have vehicles and helicopters and drones and everything else. It's like, so you can wish that guys had horses, but they don't. Doesn't exist anymore.
Right. Yeah. What about you, Mick? Any last comments about it?
Heavy metal in general, or
sure. Anything?
Yeah, I feel animated anthologies are incredibly rare in general. Like the last one I saw that was made recently was a claymation one called The House. Either you guys ever see that one?
No.
Yeah, 3 stories, all based around the subject of houses, all done in stop motion. Very good. like I agree with a lot of it. It's not much personal touch in terms of Hollywood films these days. It's almost everything's a sequel, everything's a reboot, everything's a sequel of a reboot or a reboot of a sequel.
Or a prequel of a reboot of a sequel.
Yeah, and it's like if some of them are good, that's good, but like ultimately it would be nice if there was a lot more of a personal touch and such and something, an actual new premise rather than just trying to make, oh, let's take this comic book from the 70s that has been adapted already and do it again. It's like, okay, good. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, especially with Heavy Metal Magazine, there's so much material there just in its run from the 70s on that there's no reason not to be able to do stuff like that. You know what I mean? You could just pluck one story, out of one issue, and you could create a whole movie, animated, anthology, whatever it may be. You know what I mean? There's just so much material out there that's original that's been used, proved, sold, but just nobody's willing to go that route to make that stuff happen. They'd rather just make Gladiator 2.
Yeah. Like,
sorry.
Need a Gladiator 2.
I'm sorry. I saw the trailer again last night, and I was just like, why is this movie made?
Yeah. Yeah, Gladiator 2. I just can't. Like I see some of these trailers for like I watched the Minecraft trailer with my kids the other day. They wanted to see it, and I literally watched it, and I'm like, I felt like it was a parody. I'm like, is this it seemed like a joke that would have been on like Saturday Night Live in the early 90s.
Right. They're trying to do the Lego movie or Barbie, Copy that. That's
And look I know I'm not the audience for it. I get that, right? So, well, it's not for you, but like my kids were making fun of it, and I'm like, well,
oh boy,
aren't they the audience? Like,
if the audience
just, like, who is the audience for that? I don't know.
Well, it's fun watching it. I mean, I don't know anything about Minecraft. I've seen clips of it over time, but I've never played it or anything. But I just thought it was funny when Jack Black introduces himself as Steve. It's like, okay, I don't know your character from the game. If that's who you're supposed to be representing, why don't you just say you're Jack Black? Because you're not doing anything to hide that. You know what I mean? There's no makeup. There's no hat. You're just a dude with the sweater that's Jack Black.
Here, look, I'm Steve.
Right, exactly.
Like I've played the games. I get the reference, and that's it. It's like, oh, he's Steve, I guess. But yeah, it's like it's kind of like the Mario movie where it's like, yeah, there's gonna be like a billion references to stuff that you wouldn't get unless you played like at least 10 of the games and everything.
It'd be like watching a Marvel movie and then having Stan Lee go, "I'm Stan Lee."
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mick. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, pretty much that. Yeah, it's like just outright pointing out the reference is like just like a. Ironically, like one of the Teen Titans Go made fun of that, where it's like they just have Stan Lee just and one of unseen in the movie they made theatrically, where he's just dancing around, pointing out the fact that he's doing a cameo.
Right.
Yeah. When Teen Titans Go is pointing this stuff out, oh boy. That show actually got kind of good in the later seasons, but yeah.
I enjoyed that show the few times I had seen it. It was pretty. It had some pretty funny bits.
Yeah. But even that, even that show, like the creators of that are trying to do something new with it. They made like 2 backdoor pilots for it because, like, there's no more we can do with this premise. Please let us leave Cartoon Network. Please let us escape. Let us do a show about Beast Boy and his family in Connecticut. Please.
I know. I started seeing all the knockoffs like that, where it's like, Beast Boy, or it's like, really.
Yeah. They're making a Beast Boy cartoon too. Like, I think it's for Netflix, HBO Max or something. It's like Beast Boy Lone Wolf or something, and it's like, okay, I wonder how long that'll last. It's like, you read the comics, the guy never runs a full series for more than 6 issues. So, how's a TV series going to do for this character?
Well, that's the problem with a lot of this stuff now too, including the Disney Star Wars stuff. It's like, I'm honestly shocked that they haven't done a Dengar, knockoff. It's like they just pick and choose characters that just don't make any sense and why they're making these shows.
Only Star Wars thing I'm looking forward to is the Lego one. With like a Jedi Bob, but that's mostly because I'm more of a Lego fan than a Star Wars fan, admittedly.
Sure, sure. Well, the Lego movies are pretty funny.
Yeah, they're great. Yeah.
So
well, I think it's about time we start wrapping this party up. We've almost hit $3,200, and we did 4 hours of show together. Cthulhu Jack, you did like 4.5.
Yes, sir. I did so much that my earbuds died on me. That's why I had to go dark and find my cans. So
yeah.
Sorry, I only came in at the tail end. I just got like swamped with errands today. I almost forgot.
Hey, you know what? It actually.
No, happy to have you.
You got to spread it out. If everyone came at the beginning, that would be worse. So it actually was excellent. You came near the end because it helped spread things out a little bit.
Yeah. Good.
Exactly.
Well, thank you, Cthulhu Jack. You are a magnanimous host. You did an amazing job doing this. I know that you and I had some concerns about technical issues and would we have a good amount of guests. And I think this was excellent. I think it was I think it was great. I had fun. Did you have fun at the party, Cthulhu Jack? How did it go for you?
I did. I had a lot of fun, actually, and I'd be happy to do this again. I know we're going to see each other at the end of the week for our Friday the 13th show.
Yes, I'll be back on. Yeah.
Yeah. We're not doing 4 hours, but because I know you have to hop off too because you're doing double duty that night.
Yeah, I think I have another interview that night. Let me take a look at my calendar real quick.
Yeah, so we're going to be talking Friday the 13th. I'm going to show doing the preview of a review of one of my favorite Friday the 13th movies.
So I'm coming on your show from 7 to 8, and then I have the Tim Fling podcast at 10 for about an hour where he's going to interview me. But this is really cool.
There you go.
I don't know what the future holds for the Cthulhu Jack channel, but maybe maybe some more of these longer form hangouts or something that you do occasionally for whatever. This was good. It was
yeah, it was a good test run
expectations.
For sure. No, I had a good time, and we have a lot of material we went through too. So I mean, there was definitely plenty to look at.
Yeah, you know what else? I don't think anything bad happened. There was no fighting. There was no, I mean, there was just I don't know. You always wonder when you have a bunch of people on, is there a guest that totally shits the bed, or people that are fighting? I think everything went really well.
Yeah, no. I mean, if Charlize Theron come on with Doug, it may have gotten a little crazy, but
well,
I guess we'll never know.
We can dream. She ain't welcome here. It's like my dad would say, well, I put a picture up in the living room and there's no mice and rats here when I was little. Oh,
right.
We say that now, but she's secretly watching this from the whole beginning. She's gonna call in.
Exactly. She'll show up.
She was like, I got forwarded the link to be on that show. Screw these guys. Charlene, it's all about you.
Well, happy to have her. So, all righty, guys. Well, if you're ready to jump off, it's 12:04, and we're at 31:55. So I think we did pretty good tonight. Gained a few backers for you.
Yeah.
And enlightened the crowd. So, well, thank you, Mick. It was super awesome meeting you, man. First time, and I wish you well, and I hope you come back again and join us.
Mick
is there anything you would like to promote before you head out?
There's like my YouTube channel, Mick the Man. Like I do like 2 daily vlogs, Coffee with Mick and Comics and Shots. Coffee with Mick. Coffee with Mick's a little more warm. Comics and Shots, usually around like comic books. Just both of them like completely improvised, like takes on whatever subjects at the time. Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Good to know. Yeah, no. When is your next show on? Is it you do it every day, you said?
I do 2 vlogs every day, like 1 in the morning and like 1 in the evening. Like tomorrow's probably gonna be like record that around like at 8, like 7:30 to 8 or something. Yeah.
Nice.
And
How long you've been? I haven't. This is the first time I've met you on the show, but how long you've been doing it on YouTube? Have you been enjoying it?
I like it. Yeah, I've been generally enjoying it. I kind of got like up to 5,000 subscribers primarily through the shorts function,
Sure.
and it's like they always tell you it's like, oh man, you got 2 million views and you can't make any money off of it yet. It's like that whole sort of thing.
Right.
It's like at this point, I'm just making vlogs because I like them, like the occasional short here and there. Yeah, I do a lot of I do a lot of responses to my comments and everything, that sort of thing. Comedy there. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I find that's always good. It's I always like to respond to everybody that comes through, and the hardest part is you gotta love doing what you're doing, because if you're trying to go for the monetary aspect of it, you're gonna burn out quick because it is a lot of work,
Yeah. Yep. I'm
Cool.
also glad this one like musician called Mick Man hasn't tried to sue me yet, because I think we both I made my channel Mick the Man and he made his thing Mick Man, and I think we both made our things at the exact same time. He hasn't said anything to me yet, so fingers crossed on there.
you guys are. Well, I was gonna say you guys are doing something different, so you're probably helping each other out in some respect,
Yeah. I have also considered changing it to Mick the Maverick, so that's just something I keep in the pocket. Mick the Man for now, but if I get a cease and desist later,
Mick the Maverick, yeah. No,
Mick
that sounds
the
great.
Maverick Man.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Maverick Man, that's my sister name. Yeah.
And Jason, before you go, is there anything else besides the Lords of the Cosmos current campaign that we're looking at that you would like to promote?
No, I think that the one thing to promote's enough. If I had 2 things to promote, I think my brain would explode. So back Lords of the Cosmos #5 on a Kickstarter, tons of add-ons, tons of cool stuff. And the book is done. No AI. We paid everybody, and it's a great book, and it's really cool. And, back my book, back Lords of the Cosmos 5. We are, like 72% funded in less than 1 day. So we're doing real good. As soon as we hit 4,000, we'll unleash the stretch goals. So let's get it to 4,000, everyone.
4,000 sounds good, man. And you've got plenty of days to go. So let's try to double that. Let's make it 8.
Make it 8,
at least,
make it
if
10.
not, make it 10.
Yeah.
Keep going.
My goal is to do more than I did last time on Lords of the Cosmos 4. It was like 263 backers, did a little over $82 or $8,300. So my goal is always improvement. So I'd like to see more than that. That's my goal, is to do more than that.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay.
All righty. Well, thank you all for tuning in, and I appreciate everybody for dropping your comments and showing up tonight. And I want to thank all our guests who came in. It's been a fun show. It was our first live stream. And really do appreciate everybody being on. We've been on for 4 hours and 39 minutes. So that's it's pretty awesome.
Thank you, Mick. Thank you, Cthulhu Jack. And thank you, Cthulhu Jack audience. This is really all about you. Thank you.
Have a good night, guys. Thank you.
Good evening. Bye-bye.
Until next time.
Good night.